Hey, what's going on, everyone? Welcome to Up Late with G. I was looking at the timer on there, and it kept on saying 40 seconds for me, so it took a little bit until I worked out that there's an issue. Okay, so let's go through the chat. We have Cody, the Aussie Alistair Thembroni. I'm pretty sure I saw Stylesy earlier on, but for some reason I don't see his comment. But hello, Paul, Mrs. Austin, Brad, Mark, and of course, can't forget Villager. I reckon these might be out of sync, out of order. We have Stylesy, cool. I can watch the legendary G himself. Yeah, see, this is the one that I saw before I went live. So he's going to have to tell us about his big pack-in road trip that he's having. Don't know who this twat is, but they're here as well. Good evening, G and Stylesy. Oi, oi. Hi, everyone. Made in Sydney. Hello, Paul. This is what the hell is going on? Pretty sure I'm seeing two of the same comments now. I meant to die in 25 seconds. Evening, Chriso. Yeah. Anyway, do have a couple of people backstage. I'll bring them up in a little bit. But yeah, anyway, how's everyone's week been? So it's been a good week for you all. Anyone that likes hip hop music, so Benzino and Eminem are beefing again. That's pretty interesting. They, Eminem brought out a track that was dissing him quite in a funny way, and then Benzino came back with two diss tracks now. Oh, snap. I'm actually up late enough to see you live. Yeah, that's why we call it up late. But, yeah. Okay, so we have here, we did have two people. I guess he'll come back in a bit. But we do have Mrs. Austin here.
Hey
How are you?
guys. Uh,
We did
um,
have a pirate, but he seems to be gone for now.
we're doing all right. It is what it is. We've taken a bit of a hiatus from our own, the Instagram part of the podcast. So we're excited about putting more effort into YouTube. So we're excited. We got
Yeah, see,
we have great examples.
I tried to set up my Instagram. I'm pretty sure it's working, but it also did come up with a warning on Restream that they're having issues. Instagram. If I go
Yeah.
to here, we have Instagram isn't in my list. We have one on Hypersapien. That would be Fish, Mr. Fish there in the chat. The rest are on Funkin' Hungry, and we do have a cocktail at the back here. The prawn star himself, the mighty Roger
Yay,
the Pirate.
Roger.
Can you hear me? Or am I?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me or
Yep,
not?
yeah, we can hear you. How are you there,
Okay.
Mr. Roger?
All right. Where's it going? Firefox this
Yeah,
time. On my new laptop.
oh
Because
yeah.
Google Chrome is playing up on me.
To answer what
Well,
Brad is
more
saying,
like
yeah, I
it.
haven't actually heard that song. The Tom Mc, oh, what the hell's his name? I had one of those moments where it's in your head and it just goes away. Tom McDolland, isn't it? Tom McFarlane, Tom McGrady. But yeah, I haven't heard that song yet. And also, bloody Megan the Stallion and Nicki Minaj are beefing and making songs as well, which I haven't heard. But yeah, it's a pretty interesting year so far.
Yeah.
Cat Williams exposed almost every comedian on a 3 hour podcast. That was very interesting. I actually sat through and watched all of that.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I've actually been checking in for the dirt that comes after because everyone's following it. It's
Well,
staying
everyone's
relevant.
everyone's
It
everyone's
keeps coming up
mentioned
with
it,
it.
but no
Yeah.
one's like denied what he's saying, and they're just doing what they've done previously to Cat Williams, just trying to. Well, they can't do it really now because he's came out too much, but they tried to say
Hmm.
he was on drugs when he was on drugs when he said about stuff like Illuminati and inside Hollywood
Yeah.
and just how rituals and stuff work. We, we can't hear you now. We can't hear you now, Roger. We
well,
could hear you
audio
before
doc-
when you. Oh, there you go. I probably couldn't hear you because you was doing sign language instead of.
Yeah, I didn't do
I
sign
see that
language.
you laughed at my.
I think also learned sign language, which is sign language in Australia, but Auslan, and I know there's updated version. Not sure which one. I forgot what it's called.
I actually made a comment about because I'm obsessed with the Love and Hip Hop TV show, and so I don't have a lot of nice things to say about I can't remember his name at this point. Um, the guy you're talking about
William,
with Eminem. No, the guy you're talking about with Eminem.
Ben Benzino.
Benzino. Yeah, no, I don't have a lot of. Benzino is gross. He's part of the giant creep
Well,
squad, and yeah, no,
the reason the beef
he's
started
just
is
creepy
because
to me.
the beef started because he owns the hip hop magazine called The Source back in the
Hmm.
day. I don't know if it's still around anymore, but he
I
started.
believe it's
He,
still
he
a
used
blog type. Yeah.
Yeah, well, he owns that or was the CEO, so he
Hmm.
used to obviously promote his own music through his magazine, and then he used to always diss Eminem in it. So then, then they went back and forth, and Eminem was saying, you're using your magazine just to promote yourself and basically talk shit about Eminem. But yeah, Eminem did that for some reason, a pretty funny little song recently, and it was like paying out Benzino, so he must have been saying a lot about Eminem for him to say stuff. And then Benzino came with two songs now about Eminem. The second one was pretty
Oh,
good, but everyone's saying someone else wrote it because it's too good for Benzino.
Oh yeah,
Considering if you look at his
yeah, I can
work
believe that.
catalog, if you look at his
cool.
type of music, and if he's coming out with something that was actually like good in the way of rhythm and good in the way of actually saying some disses. And yeah, everyone's
Hmm.
saying it was like he had a ghostwriter, but it's pretty interesting. I think
Oh, I
really
believe that.
I think Eminem's going to drop an album this year, and he's doing kind of this to obviously build up people's anticipation to hear more from him.
Well, not
Like
just that. I think Eminem, much like Cat Williams, goes about a decade or so before he's like, okay, I'm sick and tired of it. I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna write a bunch of crack. I'm gonna crack out a bunch of songs, and diss songs. Put my own thing in it. But he always has his little bit of. He always has his little sting in there for the ones that are going after him, and that's pretty much all he has to do because it lasts 10 years, and then he does another one, or he does lets out a few songs here and there, and then waits a while, and then lets out a few more songs here and there because yeah, they're again they never outright call anyone a liar when it comes to Cat Williams and Eminem. They just talk crap about how they avoid people. They talk crap about how, oh, you dissed me. That's pretty much all that they can come with. They don't actually argue with his talent. They don't call him, like they did before. Like you were saying about Cat Williams. Oh yeah, he was on drugs. So yeah, maybe 15, 20 years ago he was on drugs.
well,
Or even if
he
it was
claims
5 years ago, yeah, he was on drugs. You know.
he claims to never have had them. He's got like
Yeah,
10.
that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. Just because he's acted strange enough, or because that was the thing at the time, or because that was the character that he put him in. Same thing with Eminem. Oh, you're not as good as you say you are. This isn't the 8 Mile movie's not about you. And it's not. It's loosely based. None of this is true. None of this is, and you know what I mean. None of that was true. you know, and that yes, the movie was loosely based on him, but it was because he said, "Here's my story," and they said, "Okay, well, we got to fill it in with something." You know, we can't just be like documentary for 45 minutes and people can watch it.
I don't know.
You know,
Maybe
but
I feel like maybe Eminem didn't want to drag some of his family and friends through all of that because obviously he will have to portray them as them. And obviously, so, you know,
oh
if you do
yeah,
a shit job,
yeah,
if you do a shit job of like, oh,
yeah.
this is one of my friends, and they're like, man, who have you got to act as me and so
Well,
on?
no, Eminem said that times where it was just
And
him
then
and
he
one
would have had
character,
to,
those were real experiences. Yeah, those were real experiences. He's all,
he,
but like where I
he would have had
worked
to
and
get
like the
like all of
drama
his
and like the
family and
people I like.
friends to fill in, to get like to write about him as well. It's just probably
Yeah,
easier to have them have them as like
yeah.
loosely based on his friends or family or whatever.
I know that that's how I would want it. I definitely wouldn't. I wouldn't go into depth. I would be more, and which the movie was. It was based on his character. It wasn't based on the family unit in which he was in and how he played a part in it. It wasn't. It wasn't that. It was very much based on him and his experiences. It very much chronically told you how it went for him, but it didn't dig into what the other person was doing while he was over here doing this. Like it didn't really show a lot of that. And again, for the same reason, when I write, we
Um,
could. Can you
What?
not hear us? Oh no, barely.
Okay. Because you, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Because you, I just
try
want to
talking
tell
for a
us like,
while. Try, try talking a bit more so we can because we can hear you, but it's like coming going in and out.
drop into the house. Because I can hear you two talking like with that
Now,
Eminem and all
now I
that.
can hear you just fine.
Mm.
Is the is your headset um synced to Restream or whatever? I know sometimes the settings can because when I came in before, some of my settings were changed.
I've only changed some from my old one to this new one. So it's patchy at the moment, but it's restream.
Um,
That's wondering. So that must be a bit patchy.
Sorry, guys, it's hot in here. I had to turn my fan around for it being February. It's so
It is
it's
so
only
general.
37 degrees, but the house is really warm because it's cloudy. So hopefully the fan's not too loud. I know you guys know what warm is. I mean, come on, I'm shut my mouth. I'm in a sweater. You guys are all dying because you're sweating to death. I know, but
yeah, he's having a bit of he always having a bit of problem with his headset.
I just know that I just know that if and when I do my story, I don't want to have to pay anyone dividends for them to be part of my story. So yeah, I can totally understand not sharing said
I
information or
really
so
loved
much.
the Tupac movie that they came out with a soundtrack and stuff for. It was more of a documentary though, but it was done. It was
Hmm.
kind of it went through his life. It was a bit more documentary based, where they'll have even people like doing an interview, kind of in like in the parts of his life where they came into it. That was the Tupac Resurrection. That was brilliant. And I actually had footage and stuff of him, Tupac, when he was in interviews and different situations. Yeah, it's pretty hot here, but we had the aircon on and stuff. It's cooled the house down. I did put the fan on before though, because when I put on the bloody ring lights, definitely started heating up in here. I believe it will be that hot here for us out summer.
But 100 degrees Fahrenheit tomorrow where I'm living. 100 degrees
Well,
Fahrenheit.
we don't have any. We're not having the snowpack. We're not going to have the snowpack because it's not. I mean, it's February. It's February. It's the first week of February, and it's barely 37 degrees. That's probably the coldest it's been in 9 or 12 weeks.
Doesn't
Yeah,
the season change at
about
the
the
end of
beginning of December.
doesn't the season change at the end of this month? Isn't because it's definitely like the seasons are definitely off, as in
Hmm.
summer or the heat and stuff started coming way later this year.
Hmm.
You know, and like
Yeah,
a
we
lot of us,
normally by the
I know Mark has told us about like there's been a lot of rain and a lot of different. You know,
hmm
it's not like when I first moved here and it was just always kind of dry heat and just like really blazing
hmm
like high. You know, like the sun was just out, fierce, dry, and you know that's how like bushfires and obviously stuff happened a lot more. But I don't know, it's a lot more wet and windy here of late. I mean, the sun's
so
been out. Like
this
today was dry and the sun was out, but it's been all over the place.
yeah, this June will be 20 years that I've lived in this town.
Yeah,
The first winter I was here, so this coming winter for us, this year will be the 20 years since I moved here, and there were 6 feet of snow for about 9 weeks when I first moved
Finally,
here. So the fact that this year there's no winter at all, um, the summer wasn't too hot, but it was very much the rain that Mark is talking about now. Just hot, humid, just wet, sticky rain for no reason and just coming down like crazy and just won't go away. We had that
yeah,
for 6 weeks before we had the horrible winter. So this year we're not having this winter we didn't have winter, but 2024
mm,
winter for us, December for us, I have a feeling it's gonna be we're gonna be snowed in. There'll be trees down. There'll be no power, things like that. Like it was, it takes it's crazy to think, but that summer when I had moved here, it was I believe it was still in at 90 Fahrenheit, um,
mm,
clear to September, October. So it was god awful hot, just like you guys, late summer hot. I have a feeling we're gonna have a whole lot of rain this spring, and we're gonna have a whole lot of heat this summer, and then that we're gonna get just pounded with snow because of the fact that it's like almost like it's recycling. So we'll see though. It seems to be every 7-ish years around here we have a really bad winter, which turns into a really bad summer, and which you would think that it would be opposite. A bad winter would be a not so bad summer, but no,
mm,
and it's weird because we're in a microclimate, so it's like taking all of your guys' weird climates and put that in 100 miles, which is 200 kilometers, 220 kilometers, roughly, and have all of the same weather that you guys have as a continent in that small space. And we all have that weather all at the same time, just like you guys. So, and we're landlocked. We're not near the ocean. We're not surrounded by the ocean. So it's very strange to be high elevation and have those weird weathers. I mean, just like Mark, I'm sure they have higher elevation than Sydney being right next to the ocean. They're higher ish, jagged cliff like, you know, edges to their ocean and some, parts of Queensland. So that's what I mean. Like we have Mark's, like what Mark's going through right now is our spring. When it's the worst spring. That's our spring. And then the dry sticky heat that you're talking about is in between those those wet days. So it's just crazy when there's like that monsoon rain that you can just see, because it's like a
yeah,
sheet of weather just going like that. And you guys have a lot of plateaus, so you guys can actually see the weather coming and then watch it go. We don't normally get that because we're in the mountains, but when it does come through, it's like here's the mountains and then it's rain. You know how it's those digital like cartoons where it's like the mountain just moves in between and the rain disappears. Yeah, that's what it looks like. It's just one sheet of rain, and I'm talking monsoon. Like if it were snowing, it would be like balls of hail, like big old giant,
yeah,
like
right.
baseball sized balls of hail because it's the water is just you know how we were talking about the Honey I Shrunk the Kids last time, like that, like running through the blades of grass from the
Yeah,
sprinklers. Yeah, that's how big it feels. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So I don't know. I mean, weather to me is I tell Brian all the time, like, you don't really want to listen to the weatherman around here. The weatherman's about 200 miles away from us.
Um,
So
like,
you
for
just look outside.
last year
You
or
can tell
the
what's
last
coming.
year or more on the weather app, like you look at it one day and then the week changed the next. Like,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
all right, no worries, Roger. I think
See,
that
and
was
I'm
his
on
issue last
Safari
time. He
because that's what on my Mac.
no problems, man. Um, but yeah, when it comes to heat, I'd rather just if it's going to be hot, just be hot. Just be hot, so I know how to. It's some when you've got all these different types of weather in one day, it's you almost feel like you could go out with a jumper and then the next time you go out with a jacket on
Mm-hmm.
or whatever, like or t-shirt and then. But yeah, it's
I love
definitely
that time of weather where
ridiculous.
it's like cold enough outside, it's warm enough outside to wear a tank top, but as soon as the sun drops, it's cold enough to put on something to cover up the fact
Yeah,
that I've been wearing a tank top all day, and then
yeah.
I'm good
I
and I'm
mean,
fine. And half the time it's just stay away from the bugs.
yeah. I mean, I've been with people that have like a jacket on, they'll take it off and then they'll put it back on, like like depending on how hot it is,
Oh
you can
gosh, no. Broad saying
change
I have
the.
leather seats and I know exactly what that is. My
When
husband's like,
you
why do
go
you
to when it's really hot and you go to put the seatbelt on and like the little metal parts like almost
oh
here he is.
so
He's back.
that's probably one of the
Can
reasons
you,
why.
can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's a lot clearer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have to go
Like
to
Heaps
people are
Google
like,
clearer.
Chrome.
move to Vegas. People say move to
Oh,
Vegas, and you will
your
see
voice
people
kept
on the
dropping
highway
in and out
driving.
before.
It almost
Now
was
it's
like you
not.
said it, and
Vegas.
then your mouth moved, and then the audio came. Like that was it for me. Like your mouth would
Memphis.
move, and then the audio would be after it. And I was like, okay, I've watched subtitled movies my whole life. It's cool. I can watch them. Um, but they drive to work with oven mitts on because it's so hot that it will burn the skin off your fingers through the glass while you're
True.
driving. Like, no, that's no. That you should have underground trains at that point. You should not have to be near sun. But that's me. Like it's cold outside, so I'm in my house. When it's hot outside, I'm in my house. I don't go in the outs if the weather is
Yeah,
not
it's like
cooperating.
we can create AI, but we can't create a seatbelt that doesn't burn the hell out of you when it's hot. It's like, come on, everyone, priorities. Like, what the hell do you want? Some sort of robot
Yep.
to take over the earth, or do you want just to be comfortable going for a drive when it's like 40 degrees out there?
Queensland.
Well, I mean, I was a kid when there were no
Queensland,
seatbelts in the back seat of cars. So I don't know. I don't necessarily think that us wearing seatbelts is a priority compared to an AI computer that can run a
It
program all by
definitely is.
itself.
It's all about us. It's all about the comfort of, Yeah, it's normally when you're a kid though, because for some reason when you're a kid, their mind's normally a bit more scattered, and you go to get in a car, and for some reason you're not thinking what you're doing.
He's rolling around.
Yeah, rolling around on fire, just burst into flames. Are you all right back there? Keep it down, Lid.
Or when you would
Out of
thaw and
daydream.
hit the floor. Good thought.
Had a nostalgic moment about Queensland, that's all. Back when I was a teen.
Oh. I remember
Sorry about that.
I remember there was something wrong with the Ford Tauruses back then here. The Ford Taurus. The ones that didn't have the seatbelts. And for some reason, it didn't have child lock, obviously. But if you didn't push the button and hold the lever and shut it closed and make sure that both buttons disengaged, the door itself going 50, the doors would pop open. So I remember being in the one in the middle and my siblings were holding on to me because the doors popped open and we're not allowed to yell like at our dad, hey, we might die, maybe you should stop. So my siblings are just holding on to me and my little sister starts like sliding out, and so I'm holding on her leg and we're all just sitting in the back seat, and my dad comes to a stop and he looks at us and we're all he's going crazy. And he adores him, and he's like, "Why did you say anything?" And we're like, "Yeah, right," and get yelled at for saying anything. Like, no, we're good. We'd rather almost die than get smacked. Yeah, that was one of the best things. Like, I remember my mom made my dad get a car with seatbelts after that. She was like, there are cars
Comes
with
to Up
seatbelts.
Late with G, where we talk about seatbelts.
Me having a daydream.
No, I'm talking about life. I'm talking about almost dying at 4 years old, 4 or 5 years old, holding on to that slippery.
Yeah, because when you're older, normally you
like
just
leather.
put on
Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that.
put on a seatbelt. It's normally you put on a
No,
seatbelt
it was
as an
the one
adult.
you
It's
had
all
to
fine,
tighten
but
around you.
when you're a kid, it's like
Fat Man Pig.
it's so hard to get it to fit to the size. So this is too big for me. All right, everyone in.
Yeah, the buckle
Wait a
was like
second.
that big compared to
back.
me as a
Incoming.
kid. I remember.
Incoming.
And just shove another extra person in instead of having to winch it smaller to buckle it to put 2. Yeah.
It'll wrap it over too.
Okay, so we'll stop talking about seatbelts. Did anybody sit in the back of the window and like fall asleep while parents were driving? Because I've done that once. I mean, I got in a whole lot of trouble. But
When we was really little, they had like the boot had seats in it, but it was done properly,
Yeah.
like legit. But
Yeah, remember?
sometimes if you had the back seat,
Yeah.
you look out,
Yeah.
so you're seeing the opposite. Like you're seeing people come
Yeah.
towards you instead of like moving
Yeah,
with
yeah,
the
coming
traffic.
all.
Yeah.
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 I remember
So,
that.
you
Page.
can
I remember that.
yeah.
My stepdad had the same thing.
when you're a little kid, you're
But
like, oh,
if
look
it
how
was
hardcore
somebody,
I
and if you
am.
got in trouble and they were like pointing at you, you'd be like,
Yeah.
just like slide down.
Yeah.
So they get it, you're like,
Nothing to see here.
And
Nothing here.
so when you go on
So my
school
6-year-old
trips and like when you go on school trips and you're with your friends and you're doing dumb shit and then like when it starts getting serious, you're like, I don't know what's going on. We were just having fun and trying to annoy people as they're driving.
Mm. Yes.
The back was designed in the 70s, designed for to lose keys in the right corners. That be about right?
I remember the
What was that? The 70s versions of birth control.
the holes in the floor, the rust spots. Because I mean, when I was little, we were in Hawaii, so a lot of the vehicles were like 1940s, and this is the late 80s. So a lot of them, rust from the salt water. You guys know, would just the bottoms would rust out of them, and you'd go driving around and you'd be eating something, and all of a sudden drop it, and look down, and look back, and it's on the road. I'm like, just keep going. Yeah. Tell my kids all the time, don't
since Hawaii is part of the USA, they got modern cars.
No, it's that's why it's funny when you go there and you find a lot of Toyota and you get a lot of stay on the east side of the island. My family's from Oahu. We are from the west side of Oahu. I will tell you, stay on the east side. Stay on the east side. The east side is the tourist side. The west side is the very much cultural side. Very much where we would fend off, That's the most stable side for the weather. You guys know. Being in the middle of the ocean and all. It's a lot easier for port. Well, it's a lot easier to port a boat, and it's all, going up to an island, not coming down to an island. So, yeah. So, I mean, plus, technically, we're upside down to you guys. You're upside down to us, So, I don't know how to explain it, but
we're down under. We're down.
But obviously, it was
We're
easier
down with that shit, man.
It was easier for Japan to come up to Hawaii than it is for the United States to go down towards Hawaii. So we'd have to go up and around Alaska and all the to come around the
Actually,
other way.
Japan-
A lot of people think,
Jap-
the United States is right here, and I'm like, no. Do you understand fighting current? Water goes in this way. You know, water goes that way. So
Actually,
you would have to go
Japan
up and
did
all the
go
way
up,
around.
across, and down. Japan gone up, across, and
Well, yeah,
down onto Pearl Harbor because they went.
No, I know that's what I'm
And
saying.
it
But
flew up
the way that they
over-
go, they follow
Someone
the current.
misdivided.
They follow the current.
Yeah, but they invaded Russia and Alaska, and the dive bombers
Yeah.
went down and they went on the way past, but they only missed 2 ships because the 2 ships at Pearl Harbor was out in training exercises. So
Mhm.
Japan missed 2 ships, which was a cruiser and a battleship. The only reason they missed them because they were out in training exercises that day, which was vital.
They were on the other side of the
Japan thought
mountain,
I
yeah,
hit
where
everything,
because they
but
were
they
coming
didn't.
from one way. Yeah, they were hiding in the storm. Like I said, they came opposite of the. They went through a storm. That's why half of them didn't have enough. They realized first 2 runs they had to have a airplane follow an airplane with the gas because more than halfway they needed more gas to be able to get
Yeah.
there and get back to
I know,
because they
but
didn't have
they-
enough. Yeah.
but they missed out on 2 ships because I thought they hit all the ships, but they didn't. The 2 ships were out in
Mhm.
training exercise that day, which is a
Yeah,
battleship
they were
and a
out.
cruiser.
They were out and on the other side of the mountain or the other side of the island. Yeah, when they hit,
Yeah, doing training exercise
were-
that day.
they were where the space, the nautical station is now. The NASA station is now.
Yeah, yeah, I know that.
That's where all the.
Right.
That's why they believe Hawaii has as many different tropical fish as Australia because of the thermal. You guys have
Didn't
the
know
same
that.
similar thermal.
I didn't know that.
Well, because like a lot of Hawaiian fish, when you go fishing, like a lot of people are like, "Oh, I ate this fish," and da da. I'm like, "You know that fish is red in the ocean, like shrimp," and they're like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah, like there's because of the thermal." Which a lot of people don't realize that either. That crustaceans are red because they stay warmer on the ground than they do when that they follow the warmth. That's how they catch them in the Bering Sea. They're like, but it's negative degrees. Well, yeah, but down there it's 10 degrees compared to -9, and they go, oh, so they're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Like they're red.
You
'cause
get
they're warm,
seasonal fish, yeah.
literally.
Yeah, you must get.
Well, I mean,
you
you
must
would
get
think you would
fish
think that
seasonally.
you would think that it goes, yeah, he said clockwise. He's like, you would think that in the ocean it's cold because people go to the ocean and like it's freezing. I'm like, no, it's freezing is below, a certain level, temperature. So
Yeah, but your body warms
yeah,
up
goes this
when
way.
you swim.
No, I'm talking about
Your body warms up when it
crustaceans,
swims. And
that's the reason why that they follow the heat. That's why they molt when they basically eat each other. And people are like, what? I'm like, oh my gosh, more animals are carnivores than we think they are.
Yeah, there's sharks, polar
you
bears,
run out of
grizzly
DNA.
bears.
Mhm.
Well, even the ones that
lions,
do
cheetahs,
eat, like people have seen deers and stuff eating, like either insects or
crocodiles,
also eating other
alligators.
stuff. So a lot of
Alligator.
animals that
Mhm.
we're told are, vegetarian,
Yeah, definitely has thing to do with
herbivores or whatever.
nutrients, not necessary. I mean, if
And
you think about
survival
it,
and
we
stuff,
as human beings, our bodies are made of earth, and we eat the vegetables that come out of earth. So technically, we are a bit carnivorous. We're just omnivorous because it's a vegetable we're eating, but technically, it has everything in it that we need it for our body. So instead of going out and eating human meat, we just eat the things that make human meat. Does that make sense?
Also, people argue that we don't need to eat meat, that, back when severe winters happened and a lot of the vegetation is gone, you just sort of have to survive, as we're saying, survive and just eat sort of what's available, really, if you want to.
Yeah, and the protein is
So,
the reason the reason I believe we eat meat or blubber in that sense, because like Alaskan natives eat blubber to stay warm, but they eat the meat that comes with the blubber. They don't just eat the blubber.
whales.
The reason why they do is because our bodies slow down and we need protein to keep our bodies moving.
Yeah,
because then we freeze to death.
protein. Yeah,
if we didn't have actual
Keeps
protein in our body to keep our body moving when they're cold,
helps your
then we would just
metabolism
freeze.
work. Yeah.
And it's again only in cold temperatures. In the summertime, most people around here eat summer greens. They eat more vegetables, they
Yeah.
eat more fruit because it's
And again,
plentiful.
it's more
But in the
available. Yeah,
winter,
exactly.
because that's what I told Ryan. I was like, if we move to the Midwest, I never get to have fresh vegetables again. Like, because I've born and raised in California, and California it's
Because normally
70%.
root vegetables can sort of normally
Mhm.
grow in colder, colder
Mhm.
situations, climates.
Yeah, and I'm used to 70% of all fresh vegetables and fruit and nuts coming out of California. That's what we export. California is 70% of all of those, all of the things that are grown fresh, like tomatoes, and I mean, we even grow cotton, and it all goes towards exporting to the United States and other countries. And
The
because
body
we are
definitely
a
becomes
large state,
used to what's available. I remember when we
yeah,
moved here, meat, chocolate tasted different because it does normally depending on the country, but even
Yeah,
like meat tasted different.
hmm
So it just
it
like
would.
most stuff tasted different, and some stuff you either preferred or you just could put up with. Like it wasn't a bad difference, but you still knew there
Well,
was
they
a
say the same
difference
thing
there.
about cows. They say the same thing about the cows in Hawaii. The reason why they're so expensive is because first of all, they're small herds. They can't just let them be free ranged. But the grass and the feed in which the horses eat from that they grow naturally there were
Yeah,
sugarcane plantations,
Yeah,
125 years ago. So that grass still has that sugar intake. So that meat just has like a natural honey flavoring to the
yeah,
meat because they're eating like
mm,
sugar grass. So they're getting
yeah,
higher in so when the meat breaks down, it almost has like an alcoholic fermented flavor of sugar, of just natural sugar. I ate a lot of natural sugar cane in the sweets that I would eat and the home cooked meals that I would eat because I grew up around a lot of Mexican, Spanish, Latino,
yeah,
Latinx people who used natural cane sugar to do all their cooking. They
yeah,
didn't use corn syrup. They didn't use bleached
yeah.
white flour or bleached white sugar or anything like that.
yeah.
They didn't use anything like that. They used it as natural as they did. So, and all those. But I also made we also use brown sugar, or we would
Mm.
make the brown sugar out of we'd go get some cane sugar, Mexican cane sugar, and I always called it Mexican cane sugar because my friend's like, it's Mexican, it's from
Yeah,
Mexico, and I was like, oh, so it's Mexican cane sugar. She goes, why do you call it that? I said, because I'm Hawaiian and we make cane sugar. We grow cane
yeah,
sugar. It's in Hawaii, so that's
It's
Hawaiian
yeah.
just
cane
a way
sugar. She goes,
to
that
separate
makes
it.
sense.
Hey,
I'm like
how are you going,
regional,
Lee?
yeah, yeah.
Welcome.
Yay!
But
Hi.
yeah,
Yeah, because
but yeah,
Australia and Mexico,
it's just a way to put a so like you said, the stuff's going to taste different. So if you say, "Oh,
Mhm.
Australian," then people instantly are going to know that's what they're eating. But also, like say Roger, he would go, "Oh yeah, I've tried that. I know that. I know a bit of
Well,
Australian
what would
Aussie
you
sugar,
say?
bit of Aussie
What would you
sugar."
say that Australia is high in concentrate in your soil?
Probably chicken
depends where
salt.
you live. Depends
Chicken
where you live,
salt.
really. No,
So I mean,
BBC.
okay, so like in Utah, it's natural
Yeah,
salt, like it's salt in the ground. So like in Utah, in the state of California, so you're gonna get a lot of like we have peppercorn, natural growth peppercorn. You have
Hmm.
well, I'm at right now where we live at right now. It's an orchard, like a fruit orchard. So you
Well,
get
I
fruit,
mean,
you got
it's
peaches, you
not
got
it's
apricots, you
not
got
as
things like that, but they weren't natural.
Australia is hugely known for its wagyu. Like it's normally
I
Australian
can
and
see, and I
Japanese is
can see
normally
why
the
that though,
high grade
because you
stuff.
guys have the salt,
Yeah,
and you
like
guys have the
Australian
natural.
is known for its beef and its like seafood as well. Goes to like
yeah.
Mhm.
Asian countries and stuff a lot.
In the region
Would you guys say
I'm
that you
living
guys
in,
have sweet salt, like sweet? Do you not understand what I mean by sweet? Like it's understandable salt
yeah,
fish and salt water. It tastes
Like
good,
even
but would you say that your fish is sweet?
yeah, it has that sweetness to it. It's not like oh
Okay.
my god, like that's so sweet.
I
Like
guess
I
I
need to
love
put some,
more.
I need to put some chocolate chocolate sauce on this. But yeah, it does have that little bit of it has that little bit of sweetness. Like,
Okay. Because
you know,
like
like some vegetables
it
have
sounds
a
weird,
sweet,
but
and some
in Hawaii it
vegetables
tastes
have a
like
bit of a
I don't
sweetness.
know about
Like,
the
like the
BBC.
corn,
it tastes like pink
they
salt
say has a
in
bit of
Hawaii. The fish.
Himalayan. Yeah, that's quite
It
popular
has
here.
like
But
more of a
then
pink
sea
salt.
salt is quite, yeah, the Himalayan pink
And
salt.
it's that iodized. It's that iodized, like I don't want to say coral-ish, but it's like I don't know. It's like like I said, it's kind of like a sweet salt. It's not like an iodized hard. You know, you could
Yeah,
tell
I
like
know.
table
I
salt.
know you were
That's
saying
salt.
it's
You know,
not.
type of
It's
yeah.
yeah. Table salt is really like, make your lips pucker if you have too much. Where a Himalayan is a lot more sort of natural tasting, or other salts. Like
Oh, yes, I
yeah,
mean, Himalayan
sea salt obviously has that really typical
Hmm.
sea flavor, the ocean flavor. Like, it has that bit of freshness to it as well, though. The sea salt.
Yes, yes. I would definitely 100% agree with that. I believe the pink
Like it takes
like pink Himalayan. It has like a sugary
very
salt, and the rock salt. He says rock salt.
Yeah, that's what
Definitely,
it is.
sea salt has that like seaweed salt,
yeah
like
yeah.
seafood type
Like it
flavor. It
almost it
definitely
almost
has more of
takes you
like a.
there, like how certain
Hmm.
food or certain
Hmm.
flavors take you there. It almost takes you into how the fresh
And
air of the ocean fresh air. That's kind of what it reminds me
And
of.
ironically, there is a store in the Pacific Northwest, which is where we live. Well, I live below technically what they would consider the Pacific Northwest, um,
Yeah,
in Seattle, Washington. That is just a salt store, and you go there and you can get any type
How's a
of
cow?
salt, natural where
like
they
the
find
cow.
it, and then
King's
they have
Cow,
other
King
salts that
Brad,
are
King
infused.
Stylesy, King First Audio. Hello, Kings and Queens in the chat, and King G and King and the legendary Mrs. Austin. Can't call Mrs. Austin King because she's a female. Can call her
Well,
husband, King Ryan, but
you
she'd
can
be
you call
legendary.
Queen. So
Yeah, let's
yeah,
keep daydreaming my time in Queensland. That's all.
what's
I know
that?
how tropical it gets up there too, like hot and humid, like on the
No,
coastline and that. It gets very
yeah.
hot and sticky.
When
I
I
lived in
went
the
there,
nice,
a little bit,
area.
humid. It probably wasn't the hottest. Can't even remember what season I went in, but I'm guessing it wasn't summer. Like it was hot, but not anything too crazy.
I know you can get. I know you get. Hi Jessica, Caitlin.
Hello, Caitlin.
Caitlin Jessica. Was Caitlin Jessica?
Yeah, she came on before, but she's just on Facebook, so it's showing
Yeah,
her
this is
Facebook
SF.
name. Normally, she had came on a YouTube name or whatever.
Yeah, because I had quite a few Jessicas in my year. That's all, like Caitlin Jessica, and I had
I think that's that's her
when I
middle
was in
name.
high school, because I went to high school in Queensland. I had 4 Jessicas in my year, like girls and that. Like way through high
Yeah.
school and that. Yeah, it has my middle name.
Now we just
Let's
need
see,
Queen Becky. Yeah. He's
King
probably getting
Queen.
his bubble. He's probably getting his bubble bath ready and setting up his audio to listen to us as he washes the dirt between his toenails.
Sorry,
So,
Becky, if I was a bit of a twat. Don't tell I
that's all
said
right.
that a bit loud.
I'm sure Becky knows that you didn't mean anything bad by it.
Well, I didn't know because when I saw Becky, I thought female,
Yeah,
and my mouth, my fingers ran away from my brain basically before I asked if it was a male or female.
no, that's all
My
good.
brain saying one thing,
Yeah,
my fingers topped the other. So
yeah.
sorry about that.
Your brain's like,
Because I love
stop,
those
Roger,
moments.
stop.
Yeah, can't.
No, yours are fine. My kids came in.
Sometimes, like a
My
mouse
kids
too runs away
again. The
from our
house
brain.
got warm, so kiddos are not asleep. Their schedules changed, and they've got a bit of anxiety about it tomorrow. They're going for a 8-hour visit, so they got a little bit of
Okay, yeah.
anxiety going. And, hi, Caitlin.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And they were looking for shorts, and I put some hardwood on the wood stove, so the house gets humid real fast. So they're like, I'm sweating. I'm like, you should be asleep. Like 2 a.m. Why are you awake? That's the joy of homeschool lately, is that when they have a rough long day, the 11-year-old will sit on their laptop and like do schoolwork for like 6 straight hours. I'll be like, hey, you can put it away. They're like, no, I'm into it. And so they'll do like 2 or 3 days worth of schoolwork, and then they'll be like sleep for a day because they're again, their anxiety gets to them. So it's yeah, my kids get a bit spoiled. I mean, in my brain, in the next 15 years, the world will be fully remote. There, the choice of going in and out of your home will be 100%, on you. But I also see my kids doing entrepreneur type stuff. One of my kids is the 11-year-old stuff are going to be an artist of some sort, and the youngest one's going to just, do, I don't know, daredevil shit for money because they like to do crazy things.
Jackass
I see
Junior.
them as either a veterinarian or a scientist, like blowing shit up, mixing chemicals and blowing shit up on purpose. Yeah, that's what I see my youngest one doing with their life. But
Yeah, I've never
the
done
other
any
one
of
is
that
like,
when I was a
it's
kid.
bedtime.
We never took anything
They
from
wanted,
science
they
class.
decided to build a baking soda volcano in the middle of my living room the other day.
Ooh.
With like, and they're
Sounds
like,
a bit
it was on my
we didn't
science,
do it
Mom.
we didn't do it in living rooms. We used to do it in schools or places, and then you normally get chased by security guards, or someone's called the cops, and we're smiling, smirking, doing the
Yeah,
mixing, doing get
I
out to
remember those
mischief, and all of a
days.
sudden
Yeah.
someone comes around the corner. Oh,
Oh, they
cops!
can't
And everyone
wait.
runs.
We're gonna do one of those those Mentos into Coca-Cola, like explosion thingies.
Oh
You know, talking
yeah,
about how they pour a bunch of them into a thing and watch it foam. So we're gonna do
Yeah.
one of those this summer. We got to do it in a way that we have to figure out how to make Coca-Cola, but it has to be natural. So when it goes into, because again, we are on a water table, so we try not to put chemicals into the water that may or may not. I mean, people around here spray WD-40 in the water to get the fish to come. So I'm like, you guys are jerks. You're not supposed to do that. Another one does Coca-Cola, and I was like, you shouldn't be doing that either. So yeah, we're definitely going to try to find something that's more natural, so that when they make a big old mess, it's okay. I don't have to worry about some crows running around all cracked out on Coca-Cola,
Says
getting into the crap that's all over the ground. So yeah, other than that, it's fun. Who's coming up?
I was
You put up
thinking
the
of doing
stream. Who's
I was
coming?
thinking of doing some of these. Oh, I'm here, but I'm a
there's King
king.
Vicky, King of Kings.
Bloody his ears must have been burning.
Here comes the king.
Why's
The king of
my
kings.
ears on fire? Oh, Roger must be talking about me. He comes in. Yeah, I was thinking of maybe trying to
I got 2
incorporate some of
legends
that,
right there.
some of that dumb stuff on the channel, like the prank sort of challenges type stuff. It's not really pranks,
Yeah.
more just like challenges, but it can get into like that silly nature. I don't know, just like they say that you can't eat a banana and then drink a Sprite because of the keep getting a notification.
Carbonation.
Yeah, but the carbonation doesn't agree with the carb and just the stomach acid. It all mixed together and probably does what you're saying and
What was
bubbles
the
up.
other
And
one?
I mean, there's that
another
thing.
one. Well, I know the whole like
challenge,
eating cinnamon or whatever, but there's another one that's like a
cinnamon
soda and
challenge where
something
you
else, and they're like repellent.
rhythm peasant. What are these people talking about? Some craziness. Are you currently enjoying a bubble bath?
I wanted to
Ah,
say
that's
here, but
brilliant.
I'm a dead written person. Right there.
Don't tempt me. Bubble bath and
Yeah,
Fortnite.
yeah,
That
but a
sounds
dead written
fun, though,
person.
Becky.
Fortnite.
No worries, Becky. Appreciate you watching or having us on in the background, annoying you. So if we have anything to say annoying to put Becky off Fortnite, say it now. We can say his
You're
girlfriend's gone
breaking
out
out
with
forever, hold
my
your
friends
peace.
are my friends were currently playing Among Us together, and they're on
Oh
Discord
yeah.
talking. And I was just talking because they're like, "Come play Among Us with us." And I'm like, "No, I'm telling you, I know it's such a simple game. I'm not gonna have any idea what I'm doing. You guys are all gonna think that I'm the bad
Oh,
guy
it
because
is
I'm
pretty
gonna just be
simple
running
because
around
even
not
my
knowing what I'm supposed to
even
do."
my
It
nephew
is
even my nephew plays it. But the funny thing is he
okay.
normally wants to die. He normally wants to die so he can turn into the ghost and then go see like watch who's killing
Yes,
people. And then like
yes,
freak
Well,
yes.
out,
So
like,
he can figure
and
it out. Yes,
you can't, but after you die, you can't say who, like, you can't
yeah,
chat no more, so you can't say, oh, he's the killer.
yeah,
But, yeah, he gets so
yeah.
excited, just cruising around, following them, and
So that was the funny
he's
part.
got a few plushes of Among Us as well. Mm.
I
So
couldn't
he likes
find the
Plant
app. I
vs
couldn't find the
Zombies and
app.
other stuff.
Mhm. I
He
couldn't
can
find the
find
app to download it because I forgot to put in the exclamation point.
the
And
simples
for
of
an hour
God
and a half,
gaming.
I searched for the game on how to download it, and I kept spelling it wrong. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is
serious.
why I should not play this game. It's that simple. It's that simple to play, and I couldn't find it. So I'm like, no, I'm too frustrated now. I don't want to play it. I couldn't. It did.
See,
It took me an hour and a half to try to find
that's
it.
where
I'm
you
like,
need
I forgot.
AI to go, oh, she just forgot that.
No, that's
Otherwise,
why
they
I
may
need
as
my
well start working
10-year-old.
on
That's why I was like,
seatbelts.
show me how to play this game. That's why. But my friends, I tell them all the time when they're playing, like the way they talk to each other, because they do the chat and they do a voice chat in Discord, and I'm laughing
Yeah.
because I was like, if I was a total stranger and walked up into your guys' chat room, I would think that you guys didn't like each other, and they all just started laughing because they're all really good friends. We all tell each other we love each other. We all hang out on TikTok. We all hang out on Discord, and I met them. I've been hanging out in the chat while they all talked and like playing this game that they all play on
Yeah.
TikTok for like a
We
month.
could see if we
Since like
can.
October
We
of
could
last
see
year.
if we can
So
set
I
up
haven't really
something
been
like
talking
here.
to them.
We should see if we can
That's what I
find
want
like
to do. So that's what I was
a
gonna say.
game Among Us. I don't know if Among Us would work, but there are plenty of games that are quite simple that we could
We'll
just
even
laugh
do
and do
Cards Against
silly stuff
Humanity.
on.
Modification on games in that, eh? Like
Yeah, just
Yeah.
game mods and stuff, yeah.
we'll play games and then it'll be funny. But then yeah, see if the people watching will be entertained as well. But
Oh yes, yes.
Oh, that's what I was telling them. I said if I was a
Hey,
complete
you're talking
stranger,
my
I think
thing.
you guys didn't like each other. The way that you guys talk to each other, and they're all laughing because no one sits with their cameras on. So we're all just sitting. We're all sitting here like this with our pictures, and we're all just talking and having a good time in the chat. And then randomly you'll hear someone go, "Just kill me already. I wish someone would just kill me. I'm so done." And I'm like, and I'm glad I know that you guys are playing a video game because that just out of the middle of nowhere just sounds so wrong, and everybody just starts laughing. They're like saying the same things. They're like, "We should do that. We should go and do this on like a TikTok live," and all of them because there's like 9 of us. And they're like, we can all sit on here with our cameras off and we can all play Among Us and we can all just talk to each other and play Among Us. And I go, what happens when like the strangers are in there and you like send the invite so that the people in the chat can also play with you guys so they can hear you guys talking and they can play as well side by side. Because you can't do the game for Among Us yet on TikTok. Like they've tried.
okay, yeah.
They've tried to bring it on as a game and like play it so that you can watch them play it however you do that on Live Studio. And then I find out you have to have 10,000 followers. And I was like, no, that is way too many people to try to get to like me so that I can just play games.
Yeah, it seems a bit silly because 10,000 is a pretty stupid amount, really.
And
So
she gets
they
a
should
good
allow
14 people at most watching her live, but her live is like this. It's like a spin game. Like you tell the AI to spin and it spins a wheel and it like drops coins and it's just like some more coins kind of game. Is all it is. Yes, it's hilarious.
Oh, kill me.
Brad just said.
Kill
And they're
me.
doing okay, and again,
Kill
it's like
me.
this with the camera off, so you have no idea what they're talking about. You have no idea what they're
Yeah.
talking about. They're just saying, "Kill me already."
You gotta kill me. Sorry.
And the
So
first
far,
time
silly
I
American accent.
accidentally played this game, I'm looking to see what my task is because it keeps saying on the top, it says walk around and finish your task. And then I tell these guys, I'm like, I look at the controls, I was like, why does it say kill? And they were like, you were the imposter. And I was like, see, I have no idea. I'm not playing this game. Like, I was just walking around like I didn't know what I was doing, and I was the bad guy the whole time. And then all of a sudden, it's all you're defeated, and I went, yeah, I was the bad guy. What the crap? I didn't even know I was the bad guy. I was like, it would be nice if there was a section of information to tell me how. I go, I'm a read the rules kind of person. I need to know what the hell I'm doing.
Yeah, there are little tasks that you have to do in there, like put them wires
And
together
you
and
have to have
stuff.
someone
I
watch
don't
you
know.
do it,
I haven't
and
played
that's
it
how
that
you
much,
find out
but
if that person is the person that does it. Like, they'll kill you if they come and watch you do it, and they're the imposter. They'll kill you. So that's how you know.
Yeah.
Like, then after you're like, oh, that's because you don't actually like see them kill you. Like, they like hide to kill you. Like, I was like not trying to kill anyone. I was just walking around, and the fact that I went into a vent, I should have known that I was the bad guy. I was like, why isn't anyone else going in a vent? See, no idea how to play this game. And again, it's a little kid game, and I told them that. I was like, no. Again, sometimes I forget how to tie my shoes. Just leave me alone. Yes, I know physics. Yes, I love physics, but I don't always know things. And that would be my tism screaming from the rooftops that maybe I should play this game. And they're all just laughing. So I was like, we should watch movies or something. So I guess we're going to do a YouTube movie. And that sounds fun, going on and doing a free YouTube. Because technically, as long as you're reviewing it, right? Like technically, we could watch it in the Discord and then talk about watching it. Like, you don't actually show it and then you can get away with it having done it. But now with like the way TikTok is with music and all that stuff, like I don't know about copyright stuff anymore on TikTok.
yeah, like I started trying to do hangouts on Discord and stuff, but I don't know, just a lot of people seem to have issues with Discord when it came to joining the chat. Like, yeah,
I think it's
so
nice
it didn't really take.
I think it's
didn't
nice
really
that you
take off.
can. I think it's nice that you can have more than, you know, like on here you can only have 9 people, or and the host as a max, and on Discord you can go up to 99 people, so that is pretty cool. But I plan on doing it just so, like, if someone doesn't necessarily use YouTube but uses Discord, they could still like view the live from my Discord, and then I have a timeline too, because that's nice, right? To know what I was doing on that day. So I think you doing your hobby stuff would be pretty cool on Discord, because then you could definitely not feel like you have to do so much editing before and after and all that good stuff to start your. You could just do it on your Discord, and then I don't know. Can you save? Can you record while you do Discord? Like, that's probably a question I don't know yet. Where's Mark? Let's see if Mark wants to go down the Discord rabbit hole. Figure out all the. Mark just knows how to articulate it to me for it to make sense, and I think that's why I appreciate Mark so much. Like the way
I know what you mean, Mr. Austin.
Talks about, like how G talks about food, like how he explains it. It's not just like the ordering stuff, on the menus. Like, I don't know how to use those online ordering apps, and they make me feel dumb, so I don't necessarily want to use them. But how G explains just ordering it on the app, and like how he posts, there's coupons and stuff like that. Like, I think that's an awesome thing, because it's definitely something that makes me nervous and makes me not want to try it. So the fact that he does, I'm like, okay, maybe I can do this. Definitely is more encouraging.
Yeah, but humans are very adaptable people. We are very adaptable. We adapt to things. We adapt to change, and that's who we are. We always change. We always want change, and we adapt to change. Or doesn't matter how old we are. We always adapt to change. There's some small.
That's what I said about you and Bravo.
All in all, we're always
Bravo
changing and
like,
always learning.
I live vicariously through you, because I don't. Me and Ryan don't partake, in and he said he'd be right back. We don't partake anymore with the alcoholic drinks, but when you and Bravo 5 Live do, I appreciate it because you guys do. You give me a very honest, and not just verbal. Like I could see it in your guys' faces when they're like, no, nope, just by the smell,
Hey.
nope. And I'm like,
Wait.
thank you. That's honest. I
Yeah.
want to know that. I don't need it to look like you're trying to get an advertising job from these guys, or trying to get revenue from the, what I mean? Where you get paid to do reviews. Like I hate that when it seems like you're paid to do it. Oh, see, this is how much water I have left. This is how lazy we are. This is how lazy we are with our water bottles. Like my big water bottles that I bought, like gigantic water bottles I bought. The lids are broken or something, and we can't use them anymore, or they don't fit in the dishwasher, so we can't wash them all the time.
Yeah.
So this is my cold brew coffee maker from Tupperware, and Ryan uses it as our water. So I drink 3 of these a day. It's about a gallon.
And me and my brother, we're very respectful. If you choose not to drink, me and my brother are very respectful of that and we're mindful. And so, like you and the husband, you don't drink. So, me and brother, let's say, meet you and your husband, we're very respectful, saying, okay, we don't, since you don't drink, we don't force it on you. So,
we have the cool dudes.
No, plus you guys even drink like what we would consider the chasers.
Hello.
Ooh, you got yourself a
there's 3 legends in the house. A representative.
I'm jealous right now.
Well, that's actually
that radio host that you said you wanted to be. He's becoming it.
Yeah, he got himself a boom. I'm super jealous.
I got the boom. Yep. My
All
wife
I
was
have is the regular mic stand.
Well, my wife was asking me before if she wants me to get the light, the ring light that goes above the computer. I said no, it's right. So I've got one over here. I've got me portable light over here, so I've got light on both sides. There we go. G's got the aliens coming down.
I'm horrible. I have
Patrick's not included.
I gotta move mine to show you guys, but mine's a whole wall. Like it looks like a giant.
Woohoo! Look at that. Lovely.
Yeah, mine looks like it's.
Mine
looks like it's like one of those like movie star like. Well, you can see like there's broken mirror right there, and I have more to put up, but mine's just a feature wall because that's what you guys. I'm trying to hide it, but then there's all my word crap, so I'm trying to hide my word crap. So I'm like stuck in the middle.
You're right. It looks, Miss Austin, it looks great, and if it works for you, then it works for you. What I noticed with some of my live streams, I was getting some noise through when I was playing with the keyboard, and the more I delve into this, the more. And this boom arm was secondhand. I had to just make a modification to it because it had a manufacturing fault. So it was actually it had too much tension, so it was always flipping up or standing up. I mean, us guys in our younger days can all remember when that sort of thing was just perfectly natural.
Used to all stand up. Now you have to,
well, that worked in our favor.
Another day.
But
sometimes you just have to.
Yeah, well, it is Blue Eddy or blue. Nothing related to that blue pill that a lot of people take. G'day, Lee. How are you?
You guys saw my
Stylesy. I love it. I love it, Miss Austin. It's great. I love it. G'day to all the gang out there.
My mom gave my kids a bunch of 50 style. I'm trying to put it on right, and it's like you're supposed to wear it like that, sideways. But yeah, I dyed my hair, so I was trying to cover it up.
So right,
I'm back.
It's super copper.
Right now they reckon it's you can't see it. Right now they reckon it's 25 degrees here for us. So what's that about 60 Fahrenheit or something like that for you, Miss Austin? Is that correct?
Or in the 60s, yeah.
Yeah, but that's what it's been all week for me. So you can imagine it's supposed to be in the -1 or 2 by now.
Yeah.
And so it has been. The kids just came in here. We're like, we need shorts. I'm sweating.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Well,
oh, my kids are. I
that's
mean, it's yay, they're getting that big, but
that's what I'm doing right now. I'm
yeah.
just sweating because
Hmm.
it's humid, and this is an old timber house, so it holds the heat. And of course, we got the
That's
mosquitoes to
not
go
fun.
with it, with all the rain we've had. So
Oh,
if you see me going like this or slapping or something, I'm trying to get the mosquitoes. And
Yeah. They're
okay,
pretty
mine's
bad in
fruit flies.
Queensland, eh?
We
yeah,
got a big old box of oranges. We had a big old box of oranges, and because the heat was so high for 3 days, like our whole house was swarming with fruit flies. So
yep,
and we have all the apples and the orange. I have all the apple trees outside, and we don't clean them like you would naturally do. We try to let them lay where they land, so that they they feed their own selves, so we don't have to water them as much, and we don't have to put
Yeah.
nutrients on the trees and stuff to keep them healthy.
yep,
So we're swamped with fruit flies right now. Like you open a door and the whole house is just swarming with them because it's warmer in here than it does outside. So they're gonna, yeah, it's been
yeah.
horrible this time. Anyway,
A quick,
remember last year we were having the snow outside, and we were having the power was going out and all that crazy stuff. So it is definitely very strange.
yeah, very strange. Well, this is still summer for us, but finally, just a quick
Yeah.
shout out to Cody. G'day, mate. Thank you for the hey there. Um, we've had all that rain that I was talking about last
Yeah.
week, and it's finally like today. I finished mowing the grass today. Now we haven't got a lot of grass, but it's just with the heat and the humidity and the amount of water we've had. There's still a lot of
Yeah.
places around my house. It's still, oh, excuse me, still very damp and moist. So,
Mm-hmm.
oh, excuse me, I drank that tea too quick.
That word. That word.
And
Yeah, I know what
Sorry.
Queensland's like. It's very moist and very.
yeah,
You get everything all coming at once, and it's very sticky for you, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah,
I used to live in Queensland myself, so I tend to know, tend to relate what you're saying, Mark, because it gets hot, it gets really sticky with it, and that, yeah.
yeah,
So it's
and
this, but now you got everything at once, it's all
yeah.
pumped on you, and
Well,
you're
fine.
thinking,
Like I said, finally we're
yeah,
having some really good weather. The days have been hot. Today was like 31 degrees Celsius, I think, up here, with high humidity and that. So anyway, look, but
yeah,
on to better things. It's just a time little game now where we're waiting for things to happen. We've still got stuff going on here at home, renovations and things like that. Trying to work our way through that stuff. It's been a little bit stressful, a little bit annoying, all that sort of stuff. But hey, first world problems. There's other
Inching
people out
closer.
there. It
Yeah.
is inching closer. Hang on a second. Hang on. Where is he? You
Just
little
over a week
bastard?
and a half. That's crazy.
Got him. I got him.
Okay, so do your guys' mosquitoes look like they're wearing military grade armor? Because ours do.
Well, we've got a couple. That was a little
They have
black
like
one.
this. They have like this camouflage look
Hello,
to them
Vista.
these days. It's creepy.
And then we have these other ones. We call them Scotch Greys, and they look grey in colour, and they're bigger than those little
Mhm.
black ones I just swatted. And
Mhm.
yeah, well, that's what we get here. I don't know what you guys get down south. I'm just going to take my cup to the sink. I'll be back, but I'll always be listening.
Okay.
Mm.
I swear that the bugs are, they're grouping together, and they're building their own little whatever, and then mutating into what they're mutating in. But yeah, the mosquitoes when I first moved here were what seemed to be very small, but they had people go around and maintain the areas in which they would grow at. But those people have yet, since passed, and those spots where they nest the most, especially now where they're supposed to be dead, but they're not. We've had 4 or 5 of them in the
Yeah,
house this last the last few days. We've had a few in the house that freak me out too, because I'm going, it is not that is the best part about winter and or spring is that bugs stay the hell away. They hibernate, they stay away, they don't come back. And to have them floating around right now during the wintertime, like I said, the house full of fruit flies is just driving me nuts. The other day I was telling Ryan, I'm like, I'm done. So I built a trap. I can teach you how to build a trap.
German horse.
You get some apple cider vinegar, warm water, and some yeast, dry yeast. You add the dry yeast to the hot water. You let it dissolve. Then you pour the apple cider vinegar in it, and then you get the sticky paper, and you put it on top of the bowl, and you poke a hole, and they will stick to the sticky paper, and you trap them with the yeast trap, and it's super cheap compared to, crap, the fly trap I have hanging on the wall right now. We can go get 4 of them for $1 or something at the store there. But those are the ones, like, if you walk by them, they'll get stuck in your hair. You'll walk away and have it.
Yeah, well, summertime for us, or most of Australia, is like you guys. Summertime, you get some sort of bugs, that just annoy the crap out of you. And Brad, horseflies, you normally see around horses, but we're also starting to see march flies. We call them march flies because they're about 3 times bigger than the average fly, and they usually come around March. Now, I don't know if you have those, Miss Austin, or not, but they're certainly different.
Is that horseflies the ones with the huge, like, red eyes? Because we've got loads of them around here the last few days, and I don't know how they get it in the bloody house and coming into some of these, like, into this room and stuff like that. But it's been crazy. There must be some way that
I
they get
believe
it
we call
in.
them mayflies, but yes, I do believe that they're similar in the bug family. Our horseflies are like the size of my pinky. Like, and we have mules and horses that live right behind our house. So yes, when we have horseflies flying around, but we also have carpenter bees that look like the St. Bernard version of a regular honeybee, because it's all just a fluffy black thing. And they don't sting you, but they bite the shit out of you, especially if you like swat at them and don't knock them senseless. If you don't hey, I'm the big guy, they will swarm you, and then every other carpenter bee in the area will also swarm you. And they, like I said, they don't sting you, but they bite like a horsefly. So you're just it's horrible. There's a lot of, and of course we live in nature. We live extremely in nature, so we're just talking about how we're walking down the street and all of a sudden, you look behind us and there's turkeys. I showed you guys, I sent you guys the videos. I'm like, oh look, turkeys in my yard. Went outside to take the dogs out and I'm like, nope, can't take the dogs out. The turkeys will attack my dogs. So, because there were the 3 males following, you guys seen, when I sent you guys the picture of the baby turkeys when they were little, now they're gigantic, female-sized turkeys, and so there's a gaggle of them that take off down the road, and then these 3 have been following them around, because it's close to mating spring-ish season for them. So, but the turkeys around here, they're just as, you'll run away from the turkeys around here just as much as you will a skunk, because you're like, no, I'm good. I don't want to. Another battle. Don't want to deal with that. But no, getting chased by a turkey is not fun. Getting chased by a goose is not fun. Yeah, either of those are not fun, and that can easily happen around here in my neighborhood.
Brad's right.
When the goats down the road get out.
Brad's right with his comment. I remember, I think, calling them marsh flies.
Yeah,
but of course,
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, but
marsh flies.
As we go on, we know our language changes and what one person calls them and what somebody else calls them. The same thing, but just an old wives' tale.
Well, I can understand.
Yeah, I understand that.
I can understand why they're called marsh, because of the same reason why we have their horseflies to us is the methane and all that stuff coming off of the waste and the standing water. So that's why it's perfect for the horseflies, because a marsh comes, the methane, the marsh is normally the water settling on and decomposing, what's underneath it and causing methane and stuff like that. So it makes sense that they'd be there. Ooh, see, no, I'm good. You guys have the very much kill you kind of snakes. We have rattlesnakes around here that'll obviously make you sick, and if you don't get there fast enough, you can lose a limb and or die. But you guys have snakes that, like, as soon as they bite you, you have like no time, right? Those are the kind of snakes you guys have, very, very much more venomous than ours. And again, don't get my kids started on the spiders. Like, no. Tell my kids all that. We're gonna go to Australia. They're like, no.
I'd rather the spiders than the flies, really, because the spiders just sit around and do nothing. The flies sit there for a while. I had one here, then it was like freaked me out because it looked like it was watching me. I'm like, is this the bloody naked aliens with the government? Is it a real fly or is it what's it looking at?
That movie scared the shit out of me as a kid.
I actually took a video of it.
There was I was flicking through Instagram before on the shorts, or just anyway, and a lady put up. There was here's another reason not to come to Bali. Anyway, she panned around, and all there was were just these spiders all over this place. And she got up close to one, and they were huge things. It was absolutely incredible, and it wasn't just one. There was like 100 or more, or something like that, and that's no exaggeration.
Yeah, I remember my brother's house. This was many years ago. He had like an infestation of huntsman spiders, and like they just obviously after they don't take that long to get big, and just they was coming down the wall. So you're sitting there, you're pretty warned that they're around, but then just the one or two big huge ones that size of a small hand comes down.
Well,
there's that guy that's on TikTok that has a pet one. Nice. That's the only time he jumps at you is if you look at him. So if you don't look at him, if you just walk around the house and leave him alone, he'll leave you alone. But if you look at him, he'll jump on you because he thinks you're going to feed him because he's a pet to them, And he's quite large. He's like, we've had him quite a long time. He's like, I'm pretty sure this is Harry 0.7. Because, the ones before him have passed and one just took over his spot. We went, okay, that's Harry. And just called him Harry. And I'm like, my kids are showing me this and they're like, you really want to go to Australia, Mom? Look at this. Look at this. And I'm like, it's obviously his pet. And they're like, it jumped. I said, don't look at it. Don't look at him and you'll be fine. And my kids are like, no.
There is some spiders that are completely harmless and they just eat insects. And some people do have them as pets.
Isn't that every spider? Pretty much.
Right.
Hey, Daddy Longlegs are harmless. I know that. Daddy Longlegs.
It's only from my knowledge, it's only because their fangs aren't able to pierce through our skin. But they're pretty brutal.
They're not big enough. Yeah.
It's pretty brutal when it comes to other arachnids. Because their legs are so long and their body, if you ever see them fight another spider or fly or whatever, they're bloody quick and they jump in there. Yeah. They put loads of web around it and then they just feast on it. But they're interesting to watch as well because if you sometimes knock them, they seem to try to imitate twigs and stuff and sway in leaves because they sort of vibrate. And until they slowly they vibrate themselves until they slowly just stop again to obviously try to confuse its prey or whatever. But
Cabo, you just get angry at the same fly. Cabo is the Australian community, Miss Austin.
The same thing happened. And we were sitting here in it after I got all the fruit flies out of my room. I got the stupid spray and I sprayed all the spray and it killed all the fruit flies. The one fly out of all of those fruit flies that had been flying around the whole time was seriously doing the same thing because my nose is shiny with a light here. And when I was on TikTok earlier singing yesterday, it would fly and it hit me on the same, and I go like this and it'd come right back to my nose. Like, where's this stupid fly? I tell Brian, this is why I want a fly swatter. Because apparently if you hold a fly swatter, a fly won't come near you. So when I was a kid, I would walk around with a fly swatter, just not to kill flies.
They definitely come near you. I swear they circle. They circle and then they come back at you.
Right.
It's like something out of Star Wars when
Two of
they're
them.
chasing each other, and it's like coming back. Here it is. It's coming.
Definitely,
I'm
Lee.
okay for looking for.
G has put the link in the chat there. You can jump in. We'd love to have you on screen.
The more the merrier. The
Well,
more the very merrier.
well, yeah, Brad,
That's
you're
why
absolutely
I let
right.
that's why I let. I don't think you can see it. It's way over there in the corner. And the reason why, yeah, so you can kind of see his web. Ooh, on the other side of the mask, right there. He's about right there. And I let him live right there. And anytime I have the flies and they act stupid, I will blow the fan towards the spider, and that's so I feed it. So I'm like, here, eat the fly. So and my kids laugh because they have one in his room there too. Oh, see, no,
Holy!
Nope, ew.
See, it was flying
right
around annoying me. That was on
landed.
that was on one of these lights, and it just sat there and just staring.
Yeah,
but it just
I would definitely feel like it was watching me.
Yeah,
well,
I'm just like, nah. Like I'm like, that's unnerving. Like I'm gonna just. But then, like some of these bloody fly sprays, they're so weak. They don't kill them. Like I spray them a few times directly. You're like, all right, that's enough. And then all of a sudden later, it's like back. It's like, is that the same one or is that a different one? It's like, what is going on?
Well,
you bringing your friends.
I have this fruit fly ant spray.
Yeah, sorry, Miss Austin.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say we've been spraying them for so long. They've adapted to the chemicals and plus all the hormones we're sticking in our animals, like the chickens that we eat and all that sort of stuff. You think that these things are going to be, resistant against our chemicals that we spray at them. What they're advertising on. I don't know if you guys have been seeing it on social media lately, but they've got a gun out now that you load it with salt and you can shoot flies with salt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I had to do something to him because I was almost going to, get a restraining order or something against it because it was just, I didn't want nothing to do with that. After it just, like normally flies or any insects or whatever just sit around, but that one like looked like it was like plotting against me. It was like clearly watching me and stuff, not just doing its own whatever.
It was probably a bug, a flying bug from the CIA or the NSA or one of those agencies.
Oh, that's right. It did cross my mind, but then I'm like, I didn't have my tinfoil hat on, but definitely crossed my mind. I'm like, yeah. This is why what we feel is stuff's up when I start talking about this sort of stuff. They're listening in. I say I'm always listening, but yeah, that's where I got it from. The flies.
How do they say? How was it in that one movie where they were talking about how they use those, and one, and I think it was like Terminator, and that the reason why they could tell, or Matrix. He said the reason why he could tell that it was a fake bug was because it would twitch with the system. And I was like, oh, don't tell me that. Like, you know how you see the fly and it's just like flying straight and it's just perfectly fine. And then all of a sudden it'll just dip down and then go right back to where it was. I'm like, that's one of them. That's one of the fake ones. It glitched with the system. So yeah, no, I'm laughing. Because my kids were asking about that. We were talking about, oh no, Terminator's coming back, what part of AI, we're gonna have all these robots and there's these things that are going on, like Elon Musk he was talking about the I think it was you, Mark, that shared it about the chip, the first chip, being implanted in whoever's brain. And I'm like, oh my gosh, did no one watch Terminator? Did no one watch The Matrix?
They said someone successfully had that chip implanted, and they're recovering well. But they say that as well, but they've probably gone through 100 people, and it's like, the first one, it's successful. There's always a couple.
Yeah, they always forget the successful part at the end.
Don't they say, just like Apple when they bring out a new phone? It's always, this is the best we've ever made, and
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're not the only ones who are guilty of that. They all say the same thing. Oh, it's the best we've ever made. Well, this is the most successful we've ever made. It's just
Yeah.
media spin. It really is.
Well, my
Yeah,
best part
that's
is
why
right
it's-
now they're working on beta 17, and I'm like the iPhone 15 is coming out, and I'm like they're already testing for the 17. I don't know why everyone's so excited about the 15. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'll
Well,
wait until they start telling me that after 5 years you can no longer upgrade your systems now on Mac. So I'm like, okay, well I have a 2016 and they won't let me upgrade. So there are 5 things that I can't do on my Mac, but I paid 10% of what a brand new computer that I'm looking at right now. I paid
Yeah.
10% of what it's worth.
Yep.
And this laptop will last me another 5 years
Hmm.
before it's obsolete, 10 to 15 years. Because
Well-
I do minimal. You know, I only use it for streaming. I don't use it for. That's what my iPad's for. It's what my phone's for. It's for all that heavy capacity. You know, this one is literally just for streaming, just for linking everything together. So if I want to borrow something, I just borrow it from my photos. But you know, I don't
Well, that-
download anything on this one. I don't.
That
do all
iMac-
stuff, so I don't bog it down.
That iMac up behind me, that's my
Mhm.
first iMac I ever brought. It's a 2011, mid 2011, and it is still
Yeah.
working, still great. And
Yeah.
Apple turned that off ages ago in terms of software update. It still works, still fine, still a fast computer, great screen.
Yeah.
I still use it, and I'm still going to use it.
Yeah.
Just that
Yeah.
it's just Apple decided in their software that, you know, they're not going to do it anymore. Oh, excuse me, I've got the... But still a great machine. Does exactly what I want it to do, you know.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong. And a lot of this stuff, well, this one I'm using right here, it's a 2020 iMac. So,
Yeah.
what's that? So what is it? It's 4 years old now, 3, 4, yeah. If I get another however, I'll keep going. As long I just upgraded the RAM on this one recently.
Oh yeah.
Here he is, the man, the myth, the legend. It's G.
Yeah, I'm so amazing, isn't I, me?
Yeah.
Where's my bloody award then? Come on then.
There you
Here's my check,
Hello.
isn't it?
Don't know who that was.
go. Easy.
Sorry about that, everyone.
There's the award.
That's not,
Yeah.
that's not very funking nice, is it?
You don't know.
We never said we're funkin' nice. We said we're funkin' hungry. And how are you, Lee? Welcome,
1, 2,
everyone
3,
in
4.
the chat and who's
I
Four
was
watching.
right,
legends
then I
only.
come on in and I got
Everyone,
got taken the mick out of,
whoa!
you know,
You have to
I
put
would
your
been
hands
happy,
in the
but
air.
then
Legend. Yeah, 4 legends.
you do realise it's early morning for me, right? You realise
Yeah,
this.
What,
This is like
10
You realise
midway.
that.
11 o'clock?
Yeah,
about
which
10
is-
o'clock here.
Listen, I'm a musician, man. This is like getting up at 5 a.m. for some people.
I get up at 5 a.m.
All right, don't get big-headed
Right.
about it. let's not go there. All right.
He normally
just 'cause
messes
you
out
actually
group
do-
chats
just-
saying that
just
he's
'cause you
awake.
actually
Wake
work,
up, you
all right?
lazy bastards.
Just
That's
because you
fine.
actually
Yeah, I need
work,
to go to
Mark,
sleep
okay?
so I can wake
Don't
up in
show
2
me up,
hours and
all right?
be up at 5.
Cody's excited you're here, Lee.
All right, Cody. How you doing? Peace.
Come on, Cody, jump on the stream, man. Join,
I'm used to
join
this
in.
malarkey now. You know, I'm really great. You know, I've been doing it so long now. I'm just comfortable with this stupidity. You know, I don't get nervous now. Please don't look at me. Yeah. Hi. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
don't
see you.
make
I
sure you
see
don't
you,
look
Mr.
at him.
Austin. I see it.
Make sure you don't look at him.
Don't do that. I mean, what an image. Poor bastards. Are you trying to
Yeah,
hurt
too, but-
people's eyes this time in the morning? Jeez.
It's a bit after
That's
3
only
10 at night here.
it's 9:30.
Yeah, it's only
here
10
for
p.m.
us,
in it,
so-
and in
It's
Aussie.
10:03 here.
Yeah. Because you're 11 hours either in front of me or behind me. I can't never make it out. I can't remember.
Well,
in
it's,
front. We're
it's
living in
not-
the future.
Yeah, that's it. You're in the future. That's it. Yeah, and
So
I'm in the future
We're
for
in the
Americans.
future.
That's it. That's it.
it's
Yeah.
9
That's
o'clock.
just for lottery numbers.
You're
It's 9
9
o'clock.
hours ahead of me, Lee.
I'm a future boy.
Hey,
Let
it's
him-
9,
8
let
hours,
the man
9 o'clock for
speak.
ahead
me.
of me.
All
Those-
right, matey. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing great. It's 9 o'clock for me. It's 10 o'clock for
Can I
G
just
and
can I just
Roger.
Me.
can I just say something? Everyone
Yes.
look at Roger's
Right.
name.
Roger the Silverback.
It's because he was bloody full of live streams ago. We were talking about you were here, Lee. We were talking about grey hairs, and Roger said he had 2, and I said, oh, he called him a silverback, and he said they mature at 10 months, 10
I've got
years
no
old.
grey
and
hair.
he
I've just
wasn't
got
even
white
kissing.
hair here.
Roger said he weren't kissing girls at 10 years old. I just, I'll never
I'm not
forget
here.
that.
I'm not
That's not
here.
me.
I
That's not me,
disappeared.
mate.
Roger the silverback's getting shy. You have to bring out the bananas for him.
What's in the
Because
The
freezer?
most
out of-
important thing, Roger's fridge. Full of
Oh, look, he's got
beers.
fly
Yes.
spray there as well. But we can compare. It looks like rain as well. We can compare fly sprays. We can do fly spray reviews.
Hello?
No more fucking
See, that
hungry.
is one cool conversation. Talking fly sprays. That's always a
Oh,
great
Can you hear me?
conversation.
we were talking about
We
seatbelts.
hear,
before,
We
so
hear you,
it's
Lawrence.
great to
Yeah.
upgrade. Oh no, what's happening?
Roger's pushed the wrong button.
The liquor's starting to creep up on him again.
You got to
Right,
know
those
when you've had
bananas
too
are-
much, mate.
Just have a
Those
look
You
at
are
got to
the
bananas.
know when
Roger.
enough's enough.
Hello? Oh.
Yeah,
So
we
it's
can
that-
hear you.
all good, Roger.
Yeah, that's my headphones
gonna go
playing
for a
up to
water
another
break.
score. So with that. So with that.
So yeah, sorry, Lee. This is about as good as it gets. If you go,
Yeah, I'm not excited now.
more.
I'm not. I was
Yeah.
excited. Now I'm not.
So
Yeah.
in the
I'll
chat,
come
it
up on
seems
it.
like it's so
Anticli-
exciting.
Total
And,
anticlimax. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
I don't
Well,
see any
that's what they
cheers.
say
I don't get
about
any
us.
cheers. Nothing, do I?
One thing you can do with Restream, I was just looking at it before, is that you can only do it before you go live, but we can hook up our channels so that we can broadcast across all our channels.
Oh yeah,
at the same time.
simultaneously. Yeah, that's something
Yes.
you can do that with StreamYard as well.
Ah,
What
right.
I don't
Okay.
like is I'm looking at my camera and it's mirrored, and I don't like it mirrored.
Okay.
can
Well,
go
you,
you can go into settings. I'll let Mark explain.
yeah. I was just going to say the same thing. In go into your settings, and it should be a little tab. You turn it off.
Oh
or
yeah,
on.
I see it. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, got it. Done it. There you go.
There we go. I thought there was
Yeah.
something wrong with your picture
Yeah, I don't like that mirrored malarkey, mate. I don't
Yeah.
need that. I'm not looking in the mirror.
because
No.
I'm so used to your UFO being on your left-hand shoulder.
On my shoulder here. Yeah, that's
Mm.
it, mate. Yeah, that's
Yeah, I had
normal.
to do it because stuff like logos like this, they go opposite otherwise.
Yeah, that's it.
You
It's
know.
just who wants that? It's like my live air thing. That'd be ran the wrong way as well, wouldn't it? You know,
Yeah, like
don't
the
like it.
text normally is wrong.
I don't like it.
You can see the poles are just shifted on me, so there's all sorts of confusion going on here.
Oh, okay. Is that what it is?
Is that a traditional
the rotation of the sun?
And that's what you call right.
Is that a 55, Lee?
What's that?
Is that a 55? Your mic?
Do you know what? I don't know what number it is, but I just know it's a Shaw mic. You know.
Oh, yeah.
I have.
He's even got a G
I have a
behind
black
him.
Of course, I've got a G behind me. I am a G. I am a Lee G. Like you're a
Lee
G,
G.
I'm a G, but I'm a more famous G. Obviously, clearly. I mean, you can see by the millions of subscribers I haven't got. It's all right. I'm a bit of a dick. Don't worry.
We all
Especially
are.
when I'm not in my own show. You know,
I was
when I'm
gonna
not in my
say,
own show, I'm
Right.
just
you fit right
I'm
in.
not a bit of a dick. I'm a whole dick. I don't give you just a piece of
I'm
me.
not a whole dick,
can have the
mate. I'm
whole-
a half a dick.
You can have the whole thing. It's like having a chocolate, it's like having a chocolate bar. Do you want to share it, or
promises.
like a chocolate bar? Do you
Oh,
want to share it, or do you want to
44-year-old
have the whole
dicks.
thing?
So what do you think?
Roger the dick.
Nope. Nope. I think I beat you all. I'm such a dick. I don't have one.
Well, exactly. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Now I am
fit
jealous.
right in, but
I can't beat
I
that
don't. I
one.
have. I'm an
That's it.
honorary
Back
dick.
away from the
I'm an honorary
conversation.
dick.
Well, this is
I tell
good
Ryan that all
fun,
the
isn't
time.
it? Lovely.
I have an honorary penis. I'm just
Maybe we
like
should
the rest
go-
of you guys.
Maybe we should go back to our old conversation. I was saying, oh yeah, humans are working on AI. I'm pretty sure they should work on seatbelts that don't get overheated when it's super hot, so it burns you. All right, see, like, what are we working on in this planet? If we don't have
Not
seatbelts yet,
solving
then
problems. That's what we're working on.
Yeah, we're working on
Really?
anything.
We're creating
and
more.
weirdos. What we're doing is now we're there's no such thing as insanity anymore. There is only free people, free to go where they want, do what they want, enter where they want, and have no consequence at all. And you can go and rob what you like, you can just steal what you like, mate, and no one's going to say a damn word to you. No.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I know where I'm getting my next HD TV.
Not from Amazon.
Back of the
Yeah,
truck.
that
Amazon,
whole
no.
take a pack of
You
gum.
heard about that, haven't you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Bloody
Yeah.
Amazon.
Yeah.
Lying.
They do it
bastard.
here. They take a pack of gum and they put it on where the scanner is for the TV, and they run the TV. So they pay $2.99 for a freaking giant TV, and they put it in their cart and they pay for it and they walk out the door.
That sounds like a
Because
damn
the
good
camera
idea. I
sees
think I'm
them
going to do that one.
scanning the
Thanks for the
TV, and
information.
all it is the pack of gum. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that
I'm
what
going-
is that? Are they
have
doing
it
that
all
in
over.
Home
People are on
Depot?
TikTok showing them as they do it. Like, look it, I'm robbing this TV, and they're not doing nothing. Put it in my cart, walk right out, not doing
Wow.
nothing.
Because it's
I'm going,
absolutely fine now. Listen, right?
mhm.
Everybody needs to eat. That's why you need to go and rob a TV.
Mhm.
Well, that's the mindset over you where you are, isn't it? The mindset is these people need to
is.
eat. Same as these
So-
families from everywhere else in the world need a place to live. Yeah, but they're not families. They're army-aged men.
Mhm.
But no, it's fine. No, it's fine. Just open
That's
everything
what
up.
I'm-
Just let everybody go anywhere they want. That's
me
the
and
way
the
forward.
kids, me and Ryan and the kids went shopping last month, and we split up. We went one way in the store, and Ryan went the other. And apparently, the whole time we were in the store, there were 5 people that had walked in the store, grabbed all of these electronics, and walked right out the front of the store. And they were chasing them out the store, and like the cops were. Me and my husband didn't even know what's going on. Me and the kids were over here shopping. My husband's over there shopping.
I'm surprised
We
the
come back
cops
together,
even
we go
bothered.
back out
bothered
the store.
doing
And he's like,
anything.
"Oh, by the way." Right? They were just sitting outside waiting for him to come outside so that they can follow him in the store in the vehicle because they want to know where they're taking it. They don't care that they're taking it. They want to know where they're taking it because
Yeah.
they're finding all these warehouses with all this stolen property from all these different stores. And it's basically a resale store. These people are posting this stuff online and selling it online as brand new products and refurbished products coming in brand new, and they're all stolen property. And they're all doing it online, and the money's coming through online channels, and there's no actual cash changing hands, and they go to these offset, they just have to have a fake number to have this money sent to you, and then they can cash it right out right there. And like they can't track them like they used to. Most people that would go steal a TV would be caught running down the road with the TV. They didn't have a car to steal said
Yeah.
TV, but these
Yeah.
guys have like
And they wouldn't just
U-Haul
wander
trucks
out of the
outside, and
shop
they're
knowing that no
putting
one's
it-
going to
yeah.
stop them either. Yeah.
no.
There used to be a
heck
thing
no. They were
called
running
police.
for their life because they knew 10
Yeah,
people
they
were
used-
going to chase them
yeah.
out. Yeah, now.
Didn't they? There used to be a thing called the law and police and those sort of things.
I wanted to be
Now
one
it's
of
the
those
pol- now it's the
theft
police
people. I
going in
wanted
there
to
and stealing the
chase you down and
TVs.
tackle you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, now if a policeman puts his hands on someone, they can get him done for racism.
One,
So
Yeah.
Have you,
Yeah.
Lee? Have you seen the stuff? Do you know the guy that plays Dr. K? He goes and plays boogie woogie piano.
Yeah, I
at
know
free
Dr. K.
pianos.
Yeah. Yeah, man, that whole thing with the Chinese thing was just
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
And the police were there sticking that woman.
Yep.
I'll get me off camera. That couple, that police woman.
Yep.
What an absolute wow. Yeah,
Well,
good job,
she's-
love. Good job sticking up for your fellow Brit. Well
Yeah.
done.
Yeah. Yeah.
This
that's
ain't
what.
communist China, mate.
Yeah.
Get on with your bloody opinions. They only did that because they're walking in the background. What nobody realizes, there was a CCP person that that infiltrated our government, right? And they were fine first of all, and then they noticed her, and then they started acting all commie like, don't touch her. She is not your age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, mate. Whoa. He has exactly the same attitude as I do, mate. It's freedom, mate. Freedom of expression.
Was he just
Yeah.
was he talking
He's an
about the
old school
vlogger?
musician like myself, mate. Push against. We're supposed to stick our fingers up to the bloody powers that be and stuff, and fight back and that. Now all musicians, if you notice, they've all gone like, you jab, you put a mask on, you're sticking up for the government. It's like, what now has happened to musicians? Are we living in a parallel universe or some shit?
Mm.
Where's the rebellion, man? Jeez.
We had Mick on wheels here for a second.
Did we?
He talks about that stuff as well, which I'm happy to talk about. I'm not,
I can
true-
steer clear of it, mate. I ain't got a problem. But you got to know when's right is right, mate.
we spoke about people eating, cooking and chopping off men's genitalia and eating it. So I'm pretty sure you're the same.
Yeah. I mean, what's that all about
talking
anyway?
about-
Yeah, my child's just been born. Yeah. What G are they? You know
No.
what I mean? What G are they? Well, they're multi-dimensional train.
Well, I call myself hyper sapien, so so I can separate myself from all you other bastards.
I'm what you call an old school.
I'm a bastard, actually.
Old school bloke. I'm a bloke. Yeah.
Ah,
Do you know what I call myself on one of these sites, right? That ask for your thing. I called myself mailman geezer fella bloke.
yeah. That sounds like
First name mailman,
sort of
second
celebrity
name geezer, and the last name fella bloke. Mailman geezer fella bloke.
That's brilliant.
Well, you can see by my name that I've had to deal with gender issues my whole life. I have a boy's name, so I'm constantly have to be like, I'm a girl. I'm a girl. I'm a girl.
Yeah,
Yes,
but you're
I'm
the
a
old
girl.
school. You're the
And a
old
lot of people
style.
are like-
What I was saying earlier to my wife, I said you're the what people used to just refer to as a tomboy, right? So you're still a
Mhm.
woman, had kids and everything like that, but you like the
Mhm.
male things. You like to do a bit of male stuff and that. It don't make
Yeah, that's very
don't
true.
make you the other way, does it? You know what I mean? It doesn't mean that you should have been
No.
brought up as a boy. You know what I mean? And that have your
No.
your lady appendages chopped off and stuff. You know what I mean? That's what they do with you now.
True.
Oh, let's affirm them. Let's affirm them. Let's chop
and
it off.
I'm stuck in the middle. I'm stuck in the middle of that because I have millennial children who feel that way, and I flat out
Yeah.
told them until you are of age and you have decided, fully have
Yeah.
decided, and I've explained to my children, like, you might decide you want to have kids one day, and it's the cheapest way in the world to feed your child when you have these on your chest. You
Yeah.
don't have to worry about feeding your child when
That's
you have these right
Yeah.
here. You might not want to take that option away from yourself and your child.
Especially
And
with
my
the price
children
of
look at me and
groceries
go,
these days.
That
Mind
makes
virus
sense.
they've created, though, isn't it? It's a mind virus they've created. To it's another way of dividing people.
Well,
That's what it is.
tell you the truth, I can see it from their point of view, though. The example they see on the TV and the example that they see from people in the world who go out of their way to just make people's life horrible. I don't want to
Yeah.
be a man or a woman either if they act that way, if they treat people that
Yeah,
way.
but
I
that's
don't
what
wanna
they're
be
doing. There, it's a
classified as
psyop,
that.
isn't it?
So I can
It's just
understand
like-
that at a mental
Divide and
state,
conquer,
right?
mate. It's all about
But
divide
we
and
had those
conquer. 'cause-
conversations with ourselves. We didn't have them with the world. That's the
No, that's
the-
it. That's
that's
it.
the
You only had
Woodstock
yourselves and your
in a
family
sense,
to have
you
the
know? That's
conversations with.
Yep. Yeah.
Now
yeah,
you're
you
being
didn't
now
do it
you're
with the
having the
will, just
opinions of every other Tom, Dick, and Harriet that don't mean anything in
Mhm.
your life, and you'll never
Mhm.
meet or have anything to do with.
Mhm.
But for some reason, you're
And
listening
it
to
ex-
them.
and that
I mean, what's that about?
and that affects us. We can act
Yeah, of
like it
course it
doesn't,
does.
but that
Of course it
affects
does.
us. That affects our mental health. That affects how we see ourselves. And I tell my kids that all the time. When you put that out there, you as a public opinion, you allow yourself to be open to people's opinions. You
Yeah.
don't put that out
That's
there.
why you should keep
Then
your
you don't
personal
have to
stuff
worry about
personal
that
instead of
person's
going
opinion.
online and
Mhm.
start talking about it all the time, like these
Mhm.
TikTokers that just go on
Yeah,
there.
lucky,
Yeah, well,
lucky we're
I've
not
just gone and
online.
taken a crap. I've just gone and taken a crap, and it's looking a bit weird. Well, you may need to go and do this.
Yeah. No.
Speaking about their life,
not-
you just don't need to. I don't understand it. Don't understand.
Yeah, well,
Well,
that's why we've
as I see
discussed
it, is
stuff like
rebooting
this
our
before,
perception.
and that's why I just use G, because around that time there's so many labels and they're trying to change. Like you said, it was a tomboy back in the day, and
Yeah.
now it means like you don't even associate yourself with the genitalia you're born with and all this.
Yeah,
It's
it's
just
just
there's just
lunacy. It's got,
too
like I
much
told you, it's
to
got
it.
loony, mate.
But yeah, just keep it simple, because
Well,
I
it goes
started
back
not
to the
liking
argument that you're.
labels of all this stuff.
I've had
Yeah,
to
like I
explain to
said,
my children that
when
your
it becomes
gender
your
has
whole
nothing to do with
identity,
your
though, that's when it's a
sexuality.
problem, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, that right there is why I tell
That's
them
the
that
thing,
your
you know.
your
I'm a
sexuality has
musician,
nothing to
right?
do
I
with your
don't go
gender.
around saying to everybody, "Hi,
Mhm.
I'm Lee. I'm a musician." You know what I mean? It's no different. It's just as lunacy. It's just
Mhm.
silly. You know,
Mhm.
who cares about what your bedroom antics are? No one gives a shit. I don't go
That's
around
what I've always said.
waving a flag going, I'm heterosexual. Yeah, I have sex with women.
That-
Yeah.
That's what I've said. It's like if people think that I've like, because sometimes I might make a gay joke or whatever, but I make jokes about all sorts of shit.
Don't
Normally
mean
it's
nothing.
me
Don't mean
saying
to
that
say
myself,
you're
but
a hater.
yeah, and it would be ridiculous for me to be offended by what other people do in bedrooms and stuff. It's not like, oh,
Exactly.
do you want to join in? Like you have to,
Yeah,
you
exactly.
have to participate. Otherwise you're a
It's
bad
people need
person. Like, why the hell would
what it
I
is.
care?
There's a massive
If they
amount
make
of
each other
narcissism
happy,
going on.
yeah,
That's what it is.
I'm
There's
an
a
equal
massive amount of
opportunity
narcissism
asshole.
where
That's
people
all I
want
have to say.
external validation for their existence, and that's the problem.
yeah.
You know, you feel you can't exist without
Exactly.
someone else is validating you, someone else validating your
Yeah.
existence. You know.
Yep.
Exactly. It's like as long as they're consenting adults or of age, and they're not hurting
Yeah.
each other, or if they're hurting
Yeah,
each
I
other, as
couldn't
long
give a
as they
shit.
want
Back in
to,
the day, I couldn't give
as
a
long as they
shit.
want to hurt each other, that's it.
Yeah.
It's as long as they're making each other happy, or they're not affecting each other mentally or physically or whatever. As long as they're doing what they want to do,
Yeah.
then
Well,
why
it's
the
like
hell
that.
would
What
that?
Brad said as
Why the
well.
hell would
Like
I have to
brands
be
pushing
offended
that.
by it?
You know, like
Yeah.
Brad said, yeah, it's like brands that push this crap as well. It's like, what the hell? Every single advert you see is like a diverse couple as well, because they can't not do it. It's like, really, the world ain't like that. You know, it's nothing
Yeah.
against different cultures and shit like that. But you don't need to do that. It's just pathetic. You know, just pathetic. The whole thing of inclusion, equity, all that shitey McPoo.
And if
It's just
people,
silly.
if there's these groups and affiliations and people feel comfortable in that, so be it. But back in the day, you could be gay, black, white,
Yeah,
purple, polka dot,
yeah.
and everyone just kind of, obviously
Just
there was racism and
got
stuff,
on.
but everyone just, you didn't need groups to
Exactly.
separate everyone.
Yeah,
If anything,
exactly.
you want to bring people together,
You want
and
unity, not different groups.
Well, I mean, we're all bloody different here right
Just
now. We all have
just
different
people, aren't we?
ways
Yeah,
to
just
way.
people.
We have different fashion or different ways
Yeah.
of talking, different.
I mean, obviously, my fashion's a lot better than any of yours, but I mean, let's just not go
Oh
there.
yeah. I mean, yeah.
So
I
now
mean,
we got another
I was
division
playing
here going on, right? I've just created another
Yeah.
division for us, right? My
Yeah.
fashion is better than yours.
Yeah, that's it.
You just
And,
lucky you got
yeah,
clothes on.
it's just.
What's
Yeah,
that,
the
Mark?
naked alien would have been around.
I said you're
You're
just
lucky he's
lucky I
got
got
clothes
clothes
on.
on.
Yeah, I am, mate. Over in your weather, mate. I suspect it's bloody boiling hot. No wonder you boys go around just in vests, or vests or whatever you want to call them.
Singlets, mate. Bloody singlets. Get it right.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you need it, mate. Then
Big
you
bloody
need that
hair.
airflow, mate, under them armpits, mate. Otherwise, you're going to be stinking up the gaff.
Don't ask me what we call those.
Oh, Roger's like, yeah,
Um,
look at my stink.
Mrs. Austin wasn't saying what she calls them, otherwise they might
Yeah,
give Mark a
we
wrong,
in America call those wife beaters.
wife beaters.
Wife
Oh,
beaters.
Wife beaters, yeah. Well, we used to call a
That's
drink
exactly
called
what
wife
we
beater.
call it.
Actually, we got Stella Artois. The
Yeah.
beer Stella Artois. Well, that's what we call in this country
Yeah.
wife beater.
Oh wow! See, we just add oranges to that.
See, we was talking
Well, you
about this stuff before as well.
You would be living in
I don't know if-
California with friggin' oranges. They're just as
I
prevalent
don't know
there,
if,
aren't they, oranges, as they are in friggin' Florida, aren't they? The oranges.
Oranges, you get
Yeah,
oranges all over.
but we
don't
would
you?
just add an orange to it.
Sometimes
Well,
you
anywhere
forget
where
onions.
anywhere where
That's
it's near
probably
the
what we do.
equator, isn't it? Anywhere near the equator where it's super hot.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. Mark
We were
comes
just
up the
talking about
top
that.
when
We
I
have-
do that
We
now.
get vegetables on our
What's
side.
that about cock? What?
We get
Oh,
vegetables
yeah.
and
Yeah.
Sorry, Miss Austin, I was being a dick as normal.
No,
He said
you're
something about
fine.
clock, and I
It's funny.
misinterpreted.
That's all right, Lee. She's used to me. I'd say some incredibly weird shit. So yeah,
What are you saying? You
I'm
saying
telling
I
you
was
right
saying
now,
some weird
I've
shit,
told
man. I
Ryan.
thought we was
Oh,
mates.
I said incredibly.
I've told Ryan multiple
Yeah,
times.
you're saying
Lovely
weird
kid.
shit.
the
You're quite
memes
incredible.
that he sends me to the chat, and he says,
I
"No,
suppose they have to.
I can't share those to the chat." I said, "Yeah," because they would be making jokes at you just like they make jokes on live. Because that's why when he does come up and we have a great time, it's because he does. He watches it live and he's like, "Babe," I'm like, "Yes." It's like hanging out with three versions of you. My husband is the same. He makes the same dick jokes. He makes the same. He sends me the same oh gosh, what was it the other day? It was a country dude making fun of the WAP song, the WAP song, whatever WAP song by
Well,
Cardi B.
humor is the one
And
thing
it
that
was
breaks
like
down all
singing-
barriers. You know what I mean? What it used to be.
Yeah.
Humor.
Well, I mean,
humor
but
was
it's
so-
mostly dick jokes that my husband.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to
Yeah,
censor that
right,
as
yeah.
well. Like we can't even.
Yeah.
They're trying to stop us from even. Like I went to swear
Having
quite
comedy.
bad right then. Normally I try to
Yeah.
hold back, but yeah, they're trying to censor us laughing now. Like stop
What's
us
that?
from
What's
even
that
having a sense
film
of
with
humour.
Jeff Bridges? What's the film with Jeff Bridges where they do this thing every day? They inject their self, don't they? And they have no emotions. And then one kid stops taking them
That's pretty much what's
medicine.
happening.
Then he starts feeling emotions again. What's
Yeah.
that film? I can't remember.
Well-
It's a good film, that one.
Well,
But
that's
that's how it's
funny.
headed.
Sometimes I've been on antidepressants that do that. It's like it puts on so much of a filter that you don't even
Yep.
feel emotions anymore. So
Yep.
it's quite weird when you work out what's happening, that it's kind of like suppressing a part of you. And obviously, depending on how your mental health works, some people need to take stuff to obviously be able to cope. But it definitely takes a part of you, where if that's for good or for bad, or just for the individual to work out themselves. But yeah, it's definitely weird when you're like, oh, right about now I should be angry or I should be crying, but something's suppressing that, something's stopping
Yeah,
you from
yeah.
being able to.
Yeah, that's bad. But like I said, pharmaceuticals,
Mm.
they just want everybody in perpetual
when
illness because
I
then they
went for
can
my-
sell them drugs. Legalized,
And that was the problem.
legalized. But don't worry, this drug only does 16,000 different things, but you get a bit of cannabis, mate, and it does 0.
Well, it's
See, and
funny.
that's what happened.
When I was
I had to
taking
cut out
taking
all
some
of my
painkillers
medication.
before. I was taking some painkillers before, and it's a different brand. Different chemists have different brands, and when you break it down, you just realize that they're just competing. Yeah, it's a painkiller of Panadol, but they're still competing with each other for you to use
Yep.
their brand of
Yep.
Panadol. And then when you break
And I
it
love the
down,
disclaimers.
that's
This
how
may
it's
cause heart
just a
attack or
drug
death.
business. Yeah.
It's great.
I mean,
isn't it?
most
A simple
drugs
paracetamol
you
for a
get
headache, this may
pages.
cause-
You
I
get
just don't
pages
understand
of
how these
side
things are
effects.
illegal when they can cause death, and it even says it in the disclosure document that you get with tablets that this may cause heart attacks or death.
Mm.
It's a paracetamol for a headache. Go and drink some water, close your eyes, and stay in the dark, mate. Works just as well, trust me. You know.
That was something that Joe Rogan was
And that's
talking
what
about the
happened.
other day in one of his podcasts.
Yeah.
He made a point where you know, all these things we can prosecute people over, but people like Big
Yeah.
Pharma, they can do things and kill people and maim people,
Yep.
but there's
Yep.
no, you know, no recourse.
No
for them.
recourse. Yeah, no recourse.
That's why
at
when
all.
it comes to COVID, everyone can have their opinion. I don't like. I'm not going to tell someone what to do. But one of the biggest bullshit reasons I didn't want nothing to do with it is because they're not liable. If anything happens to you, it's like no, that's
Yeah. Why would
that's
they
not
even
on
want
us.
that? Why would they even ask for that if there was nothing to worry about? Like I said, I never
That's
jabbed
it.
and I never muzzled. I always say this to people: never muzzled, never jabbed, and no, just no. I'm not someone to be experimented on. I'm not a lab
And
rat.
the thing that annoyed me as well when they started, you can't work anymore unless you get jabbed. Like, just
Yeah, so
I
you're going to
was against
blackmail
a
us
lot
as
of
well,
it.
and that's fair enough. See, and who gets done for that as well? I mean, because loads of people lost their jobs because of that, kicked out of whatever house and stuff they lived in, if they lived in a apartment
It's
block or
forcing people,
block of flat that
forcing
were
people to do.
home. Yeah, or
You
if you
know,
worked for a company and you could not afford to not go to work, you had no choice but to take it. Well, that's blackmail. That's blatant blackmail.
yeah,
And
you
then,
know?
exactly.
and then,
And
of
how's
course,
anybody supposed to know about your health issues? They're supposed to be private.
yeah. But then you get, you knew, I suppose, a lot of us started to question it, of course, when Boris Johnson had his private little party, and a lot
Yep,
of other people were doing that as well.
Yep. Because the elites, mate, it's not about the elites doing it.
Yeah.
It's about the scumbags that they call
Yeah,
us
yeah,
doing
yeah,
it.
yeah.
You know, we're just useless eaters as far as they're concerned. You know, and that's all to do with how much money you've got. Well, that's how much they value life. They don't value life, at least not yours. They value theirs. They value their
'Cause
lives.
it's like,
but
so when
they
I
don't
kept on
value
going to
yours.
the when I kept on going to the doctors, he kept on suggesting, oh, because of I had asthma and these other illnesses, you will most likely, if you get sick, you'll be quite severe. I just said no, thank. It's not for me. I'm not interested. No, thank you, or whatever. Kept on asking me. Funny enough, now it's all cooled down. Hasn't asked me the last few visits at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just
Same. They used to keep
it's just
sending me messages saying you're free COVID.
yeah,
Oh, congratulations, kind of thing. You know, you've just won a competition. Your free
yeah,
COVID
yeah,
jab is here. And I'm like, stop sending me. I kept writing back on the messages. Stop.
yeah,
You know, like you used to
Yeah.
send stop, didn't you? If you used to say
Yeah.
stop to a message, they'd have to stop sending you it. I kept sending stop. Did they stop doing it? No. Kept sending me the message. But then after it all died down, and obviously these pharmaceutical had got their crowd, you know, to keep reaffirming it and buying their drug, because obviously the pharmaceutical companies were going because of all the cannabis and stuff people were using, right? That must have affected their profits. 100% affected their profits.
Oh yeah.
And how's the best way to
100%.
control people, mate? With things like that. You know, you scare people so much that they're willing to do anything to survive, because that's the fight or flights that they use the fight or flight syndrome.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
sort of fear or
Yeah,
fear-based.
people's fear, right? And if you're a person like myself who's just like, fuck it, whatever. If I go, I'll go, right? Then
Well, that's what I'm
I
like.
can't be programmed. So I'm the outlier. If there was ever a time when people go to gulags, mate, I'm probably first on their list.
But you've also got
and again, as I said, like if people have a totally different opinion about this, then that's fine. Like this is just my opinion on it, you know.
Yeah,
Of course,
no,
you-
same here.
I
No,
had
this is just
to
my
cut
opinion.
out.
You know, I'm not telling people to do it. I haven't said one thing about telling other people to do anything, have I? I've said me, I do this and I do that.
Yeah. It's just
I had to
sometimes I
cut
like
all
to
cannabis
remind
out of my
people
system.
this is me.
You've got to, you've got to, G. Yeah, you've got to remind people that it's just my opinion. You know, you stick.
It's like when I had COVID, it didn't. I'd say it was a little bit of a sore body, a little bit of a cough and
it was
whatnot.
a
but
flu.
was like
I
a
had it
flu
too.
to
It
me.
was a
It was
flu.
like a
And
flu,
what?
yeah. But then some people it can be quite bad. But then again, most of those people have underlying illnesses. Yeah, I have asthma and stuff, but it's a lot different than it used to be when I was a kid. And that part
See,
of
I've
that
got
was coming
I've
to
got bronchial
Australia.
asthma. It plays up now and then, depending on the weather and how much available.
See, when I came to Australia, I used to
In the
take
cold.
puffers every day, like religiously. When I came to Australia, it started changing. But funny enough, it almost stopped, but now it's getting worse. So I don't know exactly why that is. I have possible theories, that the environment in Australia might be a bit different now than it was, 10, 20 years ago or whatever. But yeah, when I had it, it didn't really affect me. My parents had it. My mum has all these illnesses, and obviously she was quite bad because she was already has respiratory lung issues and stuff.
And
So
they
of
call
course
that
it's going to be
comorbidities.
shit.
That's
Of course, it's going to be a
comorbidities.
shit. Of course, it's going to be a shit experience getting it when you already have all those issues.
Yeah,
But then
of
when I
course.
had it, it's like a week later. It was all good. I was gone. It was
Yep.
done.
Same here.
So,
Well, I actually had it 3
so-
days. I had it for 3 days. It was 3 rough days.
yeah.
Well,
So my intuition, to me,
taste.
my intuition was correct. I didn't want to take it. I got it. It wasn't as bad as people made out to be.
Well, that's
or
what
at least
that's
to
what the
me.
whole thing was, wasn't it?
So-
They've even admitted it now that it was just, they got celebrities to publish it. They had adverts doing it and pumping it and everything like that, and fearmonger,
You weren't even allowed to.
fearmonger.
You wouldn't
When
allowed
really
to say
you
it on
couldn't-
bloody YouTube without getting,
Yeah.
taken down most of the time
Yeah.
if you mentioned it.
Well, do you know how many
demonetised.
channels lost their livelihoods through it
yeah,
as well?
heaps.
Hundreds
Yeah.
and hundreds
Yeah.
of decent channels that just spoke about it during the thing and questioned it. As soon as you even questioned it, get off.
Exactly. So
Disgraceful,
that's
utter
when they're
disgraceful.
trying to control us to that extent. That's when I know
Yeah.
that there's more to it.
Oh, absolutely.
quite
When you know
obvious,
there's that
like,
much censorship, you know that they're
Yeah.
hiding something. You know it. It makes it just
Yeah.
shows how more guilty they are. Whereas when they let people talk about these things, that's when they don't give a shit about it.
Yep. And at the same time, it's what do they not want us to pay attention to? Where's the sleight of hand?
Exactly. Where it's always look
So,
look
it's
here
always
while
that,
we're
but-
doing this over here.
Mhm.
It's the magician's
But
trick,
when-
isn't it?
I've been enthralled in a punk rock, ACAB system, the way to look at the system since I was a teenager. So
Yeah.
that stuck with me when those two underlying things always are consistent. Every time someone says, "Hey, look over here," I go, "Why? Let me step back because I want to see the whole
that's
picture."
straight away. As soon as someone
Because
says,
if
"Oh,
you're
don't
just
look,"
trying to get me to
I'll
pay
go and
attention to
look.
this, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
think
exactly
the
the type of
world is
person I
changing
am.
to
Don't poke
that
at
as
that.
well. I
Oh,
think the
why
whole
not?
world is changing to that now, to like knowing that they do these things. It took a lot. It took 4 years of them suppressing us and doing all these things. But now everybody's like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
wait a minute.
I
They don't just jump
definitely don't
straight
like
to it
being.
now. Well, at least most people don't.
I don't like being,
And again,
told what to
what
do and
Brad's
like
saying-
forced into a
Brad's saying
position.
about-
Otherwise, I'll go against it normally.
Yeah, but guess what? I don't care
What
about
Brad's
going
saying
against it.
about
I'd rather stick out.
healthy people passing from it. That
Yeah.
pneumonia still killed more people during the last
Yeah,
4 years
exactly.
that COVID was going. Pneumonia still
Well,
was
I
the
like
number one
the
killer.
whole thing of
for-
I like the whole thing of during the whole thing there was nobody that died of flu at all, but the same number that usually died of flu each year was dying of this COVID.
Yeah, like cold
So
and
basically,
cold
they
and
just
flus,
swapped the name
cold and
And the same
over,
flus.
thing with
swapped the
pneumonia.
name over, and call it that. And I
And
love
I-
it when people
and I-
broke their leg and then died of COVID. Not
Yeah,
died with
and
COVID.
also
They died
when
of
COVID sort of started dying down, it was funny. Now it's cold and flu season's back.
Yeah. Cold and flu season had stopped for 4 years. There was no such thing as
And
cold
now
and flu. What cold and
COVID's
flu?
gone.
What's
Now
that?
cold and flu. It's
There is
like
only
I
COVID.
remember I heard about getting cold and flu jabs and stuff. It's like, what? Oh, that's back, is it? That's back
Well,
on the
look,
agenda.
look what happened.
Well, you can always ask.
Oh, sorry, I was
Sorry.
just going to say, look what happened, and there was a great cartoon of this when Russia attacked Ukraine, right? There was a cartoon. It showed that a Russian missile was walking through the door and COVID was going through the exit, and that's exactly what happened. The media switched like that.
There you go. Because they don't care. Because it's all about ratings and views. And don't forget, the people that own all the radio stations and all the TV stations, right, are all the same people that are
Yeah,
in
few
leagues
select
with these
few.
people. It's all oligarchical. So it's all the people
Well,
at the
they
top.
own the
people-
pharmaceutical
the people
companies.
in the
They own the
economic
shampoo
forum,
companies.
You know,
Yep.
people in Davos and stuff. It's all their little gang, the ones that do the Bohemian Grove. They all discuss these things. What are we going to do with the world? Because we run
Yeah,
the
5
freaking
major
world.
companies own everything in the United States.
Yep, own
Yep.
everyththing. And if you look, there's a link to
Everything.
everything. There's,
5
someone
major
made an actual
companies
map
all
of
have
that,
all
know,
other-
and it's literally
Yep,
five,
yep.
five companies or five boards.
I
I
And
think
you wouldn't
I
know-
think
and
it's
you
I think
wouldn't-
I think
and
it's
you have
6,
no idea that a
actually.
pharmaceutical company
There might be
that
6. Yeah, you
sells-
might be right. It might
Oh
be
no,
6.
technically it's 5 because one bought the other. The 6th one.
Oh, okay.
Now it's 5.
Yeah. You might be
Uh-huh.
right. Yeah.
So, yeah, and that's
But yeah,
exactly what happened.
yeah,
like, a
literally
few
the
years
whole
ago it was
world is run
9,
by
and then
by
they
yeah,
bought each
basically
other and it
5
became
people.
7. Yeah.
And that's
They
that's
bail each
basically
other
that's
out.
what
That's exactly what
communism
happens.
is. That's what communism is.
Yeah.
Communism is when you hire a government, right? But you allow the government to do everything, and basically what happens is one person ends up being the person that tells everybody what to do.
Yeah.
George
And
Car-
that's
George
AKA
Carlin's great.
That's AKA
Oh,
democracy.
George Carlin, mate,
Yeah.
he was the greatest. He was the greatest. I
I
loved
love
him.
that, man.
Yeah. See, that's another thing. Look, see, like-minded. We obviously listen to the same sort of people. Ricky Gervais.
Oh, I love Ricky Gervais, man.
Yep.
You don't
I
love
love
Ricky
the fact
Gervais,
that he's
mate.
like, fire me.
He's man after
Every
my
time
own
the
heart.
Grammy.
He says what I want.
He's one of
what I
those.
want to say.
Yeah, go for it. He's one of those comedians though
He
that
says, "Why are you
can
laughing?
actually
This
make
is
me
not
laugh
funny. These
out
aren't jokes.
loud
This is
from
real life."
how
Yeah.
Yep.
it's
Yeah.
from how
Awake and play is
spontaneous
a
he is,
Celebrity.
but how spot on he is. He's spot on, but he's very
He
spontaneous.
doesn't care. He doesn't care
Yeah,
about
he-
the celebrity part of his existence. All he
Yep.
cares about is he loves his
Yep.
humor. He loves his comedy. He loves creating.
wants-
He's a creative like myself, but he's not gonna kowtow to certain people that tell him what to do. He's like, if anything, as soon as you tell him what to do, he'll turn on you. You know?
the Epstein jokes and stuff.
Oh mate, that's just hilarious when
they-
he's at the things. Get up here, collect your little award, thank you God, and then
Yep.
piss off. Nobody wants to
Yep.
hear your opinions about the world. You're
Yep.
self-entitled and you live in a
Yep.
little bubble. You know what I mean? And it's
It's so
true.
good.
It's
It's-
definitely
Because how
he's-
true.
many times do I have to stand up here and tell
he's
you guys
someone
you
we
suck
need.
before you fire me?
Yeah, yeah.
like we need. Well, I was going to say we
5
need
years in
more
a row,
offensive.
I'm
Then if
like,
we
they're
have
not gonna
more,
call
it
me
becomes
back.
the
No,
norm.
we
not gonna
definitely
tell me
need
to
need
more.
back.
We
people-
definitely
we-
need
we
more
need-
Ricky Gervais.
Like we like.
So I see myself as the same sort of, in the same way, not obviously not
same.
on his level, but I see myself as the same kind of guy that is just willing to say what it is, and without the BS, you know, without the pretense or virtue signaling. Because I don't care. I don't care what anybody does, but I do care when they're telling me what to think.
That's why it's great to have you here, Lee, because you're very much like us, and you're very much. Well, I try to be the same, but yeah, some people can't handle it. But I mean, they're probably
Yeah,
not going to
no, I
be
won't-
watching
I won't
by
do that,
now.
mate.
And
We
they're
are
probably
just humans.
they're probably not watching by now if they've got offended by anything that we've said.
Yeah, well, that's
They're
it. Well, that's
probably
what you want.
long
That's
gone.
what
my
you want,
dirty
because you
mind.
don't
As long
want
as
their
you're using
viewership.
2 hands,
I don't
Yeah,
want it.
that's it.
you can
I don't
manhandle me all you
want
want
the
as long as
viewership.
it's 2 hands, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
You've still got 8 people watching, G, so you must be doing all right.
Yeah, it's only
Yeah,
because
I
all
hope
of you guys
I
here,
haven't
they wouldn't.
scared
I'd
anybody
have
else.
zero
The
if it
people
was
that I
me.
would have scared off would be, like you said, people that are easily offended. Flakes, as I call them. You know,
yeah.
opinions are
How would you
opinions are
know?
varied, like assholes. Everybody's got one, you know.
But we can all.
Yeah, but
we
there's
can
2
all
chicks
sit-
in every one. There's 2 chicks in every asshole.
we can all sit here and have our own opinions and disagree with each other, but
Yeah.
we don't have to, you know, get a full on 50 cuss or
A
you know,
hissy fit about it. We're adults
Yeah,
as well for
yeah.
a start. That's the other
Yeah.
thing. You know, do you know what? I've had some of the deepest debates with my older brother. Now he's very much like myself, but we love each other, and we'll get into right, you know, heated, and then afterwards it's just like right, it's crap. We don't even get it. It just fizzles. You know, it fizzles.
Yeah.
Because
You
it's just a
don't see it
conversation.
after.
You know,
You don't
we
come
don't
back
go
to
and
it.
start
Doesn't-
writing posts on the internet. My brother needs to be cancelled. Yeah, ban him, scorn him, everybody attack him, asshole. He said something I don't
Alright,
agree
I
Right.
with.
do
How
remember
bloody
though
dare
back in the
he?
day. I do remember back in the day, and when I say back in the day, I mean late '80s, early '90s, when public opinion actually meant more than it does now. Now public opinion is you say something and people either blindly follow you or they don't. You know, back in the day, there was
Yeah.
the discussion. It was a
Yep.
debate. There was
a deba-
you
yeah,
bring
I
your
remember-
facts. I bring my
yeah.
facts. We
I remember
find new
that.
facts.
We
do
used to
things
have
out
a
together.
thing.
Now there is no such thing as that. It's just like you don't need to exist anymore. You just
Yep.
need to We just need to
Yeah.
act like you
Follow
never
or
happened.
don't
like,
follow.
That's not how that
And
works.
if you don't
Yep.
follow, you're an arse.
So,
But we used to have a thing in this country called Question Time, and it used to be opposing people with, you know, you'd have a moderator, and then you'd have different people from different walks of life discussing you know, things of the day kind of thing, you know, or like, you know,
Yeah.
issues that were in the news or whatever like that. And there used to be such diverse things. And then at the end of the day, they'd all smile at each other and laugh and have a little joke, and then that'd be the end of the show kind of thing. Right? You don't get that anymore. You can't have a discussion
Yeah.
anymore without offending this person over here. And even don't matter what they are, if you say the wrong thing, you're racist, you're a bigot, you're all the
Yeah.
ists. You're the evilest of people. You're a devil worshipper. You're a whatever. You know, it's just name calling now. It's just complete name calling. As soon as someone doesn't like the opinion of someone else, it's usually on one side, though. I must admit, this comes from. It's usually there's one side that is willing to listen to have a chat, and then there's another side that's just completely unhinged, and they're just name callers. As soon as they don't like what they hear, it's like you're a bigot, you're a racist. You know, it's pathetic. It's sad. It's sad.
I'll say I like watching Parliament.
Without virtue signaling, right? I've always had
get-
friends of all walks of life. You know, Indian friends I've had, black friends, Australians. Right? I've had a diverse right amount of friends. Now I look at it and I'm like, I daren't mention it because people will think I'm virtue signaling because of the BS. I've just got friends. You know what I mean? Just got friends. It's pathetic. It's really sad. Yeah.
And it's like people have lost, like they don't have tough skin anymore. It's like just so easily
That's it,
offended.
yeah.
But then it's ruining so much. Instead of just, oh, it's a me problem, making everyone else's problem, and then that's why comedy and
everybody
stuff is
needs to
getting
change to suit
ruined
me
because
rather
of it.
than me change to suit everybody else. It's
Yeah.
everybody needs to affirm me and change to the way I believe. And if you don't, you're a bigot or racist or a
And I mean,
misogynist.
you can't really blame the internet because when the internet first came around, it was people could able to handle a lot more than they can in this day and age.
Yeah. It's just this generation. This generation has been mind deafed. It's been mind
Absolutely. As
TikTok is a lot to blame for it.
Yeah, well, as that's owned. Well, TikTok's owned by the CCP anyway.
Yeah, of course it is. Exactly. Nobody wants to listen to that, though. No one wants to listen to that.
No.
Well, didn't they say years ago that Facebook was owned by the CIA?
Yeah.
Facebook and stuff.
Yeah, but TV and film are all influenced by the CIA.
Yeah,
because
it's
anything
called
that
social engineering.
controls the masses. Yeah.
And that's why they're called programs. Nobody wants to listen to that either. They just want to it's just a TV show. What are you on about? It's pushing a message, Joe. Look at all these daytime shows.
You want to break down channels, channeling, and just telling
Look at all the daytime shows, right? That are all about families and people having affairs and stuff like that, and normalizing it as if it's a normal thing to do.
Implanting all of that into your head.
Family. It's all to say that it's fine if you want to have an affair. You shouldn't be punished for that. You shouldn't. You know what I mean? You don't have to be loyal if you are. It's what the heart wants. What the heart wants is one of the lines that you always hear in these TV shows. The heart wants what the heart wants. Yeah. Well, sometimes the heart wants something you shouldn't be having. You know, ever thought of that? Yeah. Ever thought about holding back those emotions? And it's fine to like or fancy someone else, but it don't mean to say you got to act upon it. You know, but these TV shows glorify all those things, you know, because these oligarchs are all about breaking up the family. You know, they want people divided, and they want you divided from your children as well. That's why they indoctrinate them in the schools. You know, now my son just had to sign a waiver form. Well, we had to sign a form to let him go off on a trip, and they decided to put all that identity bullshit into their forms now. You know, what do you identify as? Ask him what people identify as.
Seriously?
You know? Yeah, no shit. I was livid the other day. Honestly, I proper spat my dummy out. I had to walk away from
we're getting engineered by these things too. Getting bombarded from all the things on these things.
Yep.
Do you know,
That's what I'm
sometimes when
saying.
I hate myself the most, you know, when you like go and charge your phone or something and that you go to reach for it because you're so used to having it near you, that annoys the hell out of me because it
Yep.
shows you how much you're reliant on it.
Yep.
But that's
And
Yeah,
what
because
they've
you.
done,
Mrs.
they've made
Austin.
you and if you notice as well, people when they're going along the street, mothers pushing a pushchair,
Yeah, yeah,
people
like,
driving their cars.
but then it's like, oh,
You know?
my kid, I'm pushing like the pushchair with the kid in it, and yeah, I'm preoccupied, so my kid could get hit by a car or something right now, and I
Yep.
wouldn't be able to react
I've seen it.
because,
I've seen someone step out into the
yeah,
road, and then whilst
yeah,
they're in the
they're
road,
not
they
paying
decide to
attention,
look up on their phone and go, "Oh shit!"
and then they're like,
Like,
oh, and then probably
disgusting.
blame the driver, you know, like, oh, what are you doing? Oh, it's all good.
Yeah,
They're having a little bit
crazy.
of a, but yeah, it's just ridiculous. But yeah, it does annoy the hell out of me because I'm like, oh man, like, you know, I try not to be conditioned or I try not to live a certain way, but you definitely, it's just because there's so much on it. Even if you want to check the time, so
Yep.
you just the more they
Yep.
put on it, the more you're glued to it, and you know, you're on here for even like
It's the
we were talking
double-edged
about
sword
rap.
syndrome, isn't it? The same as everything. You know, there's
Well, when
there's a good side and a bad side to everything. It's how it's used, and usually it's only when people that want to hurt people use it clandestinely or use it for nefarious purposes. You know, like I said, like the oligarchs, the way they stick adverts into everything, and the way they push their politics on everybody because you know their politics is more important than your beliefs. You know, that's where all to me is obvious how they feel about people. You know, because if you don't believe exactly what they believe and follow the lines that they feel that you should, then you're a scumbag, and then you're ostracized and
definitely.
you're ousted and you're berated, and you know a lot of these
Even
things that I think a lot of these things that are started online and stuff are started covertly by people like CIA and stuff purposefully to cause disdain and cause division. Absolutely, you know,
Well,
it's
not
no
just
different
that.
to
They're trying to
section of
influence
people
the
going
next
to a different
25
country and
years of
creating a
voters
war.
in the United
You
States.
know, sorry,
Well,
I
That's
missed
what
all
they're
that. Carry
using
on.
those social media apps are. They're trying to use it because the millennials in the next 25 years, my children in the next 25 years will all be old enough to vote. So they are trying to get in the minds of these children and trying to program them to vote in which way that they want them to vote. And they don't realize that millennials of all kids know exactly what a hard-earned hour is worth. Most of them, yes, are very much entitled to "I give it to me now" type attitude. But the older millennials, which I sadly fall into, know exactly what my time is worth, and I'm not going to go and do this job where my boss is half my age and yelling and screaming at me for you to make 3 times more money and for me to make the measly same amount and not have health insurance and not have all these other things that are going to allow me to continue to work when I no longer work here. Because this is supposed to be a wage thing. I don't remember ever going to school to flip burgers for my life. I remember going and flipping burgers to go to college. I remember that being a
But like I said,
teenager
all these
to
little
offer
tiny things
young
build up
kid
into a
job.
big pile of divisive things. In every level of on every level of all existence, they want division. Because if we have solidarity with the people, you know, forget about these arguments with sex, forget about the arguments with jobs, forget about the arguments with men and women, forget about all those arguments and just realize that we are just pawns in an oligarchical game, that they want the world for themselves. They want to be able to do whatever they want, whenever they want, but you can't. And the reason why they do all these things is to make you hate your fellow man or fellow woman, you know.
Yeah. I mean, even chess explains
or
it
at
very
least
well
look at it
because
like you're
chess you
trying
have
to take something. Sorry.
with chess you have the order of, like you mentioned, pawns, and chess is the pawns are in front doing the dirty work before, like it's normally the king.
There you
you
go.
know, like
there you go. Yeah,
Spot on.
exactly
Spot on. Yep.
That's why I said we are pawns in a game. We are just pieces to be moved around a board. you know. And the sooner people
And
get
I
to
look like an
realize
asshole because I've
and drop
eliminated.
the whole pretense of them thinking they're somehow more evolved than anybody, or more educated than anybody, or have better things to say than anybody.
Yeah, like
As soon as
imagine
you
calling
realize that
yourself the Hyper Sapien. What a
the
blank
first, yeah,
slap.
exactly, the first thing you should realize is that you know nothing. Your ideas are no different to someone else's ideas, just in a different format. And they're only
Yeah.
there because of the way you've been brought up and the surroundings the things you've been surrounded by, and the things you've been educated by, and the things you've come to understand.
Yeah, like your environment.
Understanding
Yeah.
other people is dropping those barriers and allowing
Yeah.
other people's understanding in.
Breaking
But as
breaking
soon as
through
you
that conditioning.
yes. Like I said, it's the hardest thing to do. I totally get it, because I mean, I've got my own. We've all got prejudice.
We've all got our
We've all
own.
got that.
We've all
That
got our
doesn't
own.
mean to say that we're systemically racist or systemically prejudiced in any way, shape, or form. And just because you have prejudices and stuff doesn't mean to say you're hateful. And that's the other thing. You know, they seem to do this thing where if you think that certain way, then you're a hateful person. Well, no, you're not. You're just a person trying to get on with life and trying to understand things the way you know them. And giving everybody else the benefit of the doubt is always the best way, you know. And some things are just left unsaid. This is why the old saying is, some things are better left unsaid. And the reason that is because you can suss whether someone's values are in line with yours. Luckily for us, our values and our thoughts and idealisms and what do you call it? Morality is very similar, right? So we're on a very similar sort of frequency, if you want to call it that, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
people like us are the ones, if you or anybody really, take the high ground. So if you feel that you're not getting that sensitivity from people or whatever, just drop your guard a little bit, allow them to be them, you know, and try and find a way to be there, to be human with them without that portion. So I tried it. Like, one of the things was this guy that we used to be with my channel. The very first statement he made to me as he came on air with me was, "You may not like me, I'm a bit of a lefty." Right, well, straight away that adds connotation, right? So I said to him, "Well, let's break this down. Do you like music? Yeah. Do you like women? Yeah. Do you like this? Do you like that?" I'll come up with about 11 different things,
Yeah.
maybe more,
Exactly. You
of
break it
things that we
down.
could have in common that have nothing to do with politics, have nothing to do with that. I said, so let's just try and be friends on those levels, and let's just leave that to the side and keep our own opinions to ourselves. Some things are better left unsaid.
Yeah, absolutely
That's
right.
very well said.
Yep. The other problem I find with a lot of things is too that people don't sit down and talk to each other like we are now without having distractions around. Because 10 years ago we didn't have these things in our pockets distracting us all the time.
That's it.
You know, we have lost, in some ways, a lot of people have lost the art of communication or just talking to each other face to face. We've got to sit behind a phone or an app and type it out. We can't sit down and talk. You know, we know, and we've talked about it before on this channel. We did talk about it before. We all will not agree 100% with each other on a particular subject. So, but we can respect each other's opinions.
And that's what I'm saying about some things are better left unsaid. Again, it just means the same thing. It's just sometimes you're going to differ on opinion, but you can differ on opinions with mechanics. You can differ on opinions with flight controls. You could differ on opinion on gaming. You know what I mean? What difference does it
music,
make?
everything.
What
Some people might
difference
say,
does
"Oh,
it make?
that's
I mean,
shit."
musically, I can say straight away, you know, I'm a very eclectic musician. Well, most musicians I know are fans of that band and do music like that. Now, the divisive part of that could be is like, I don't like that band that you follow or you sound like, so therefore I can't like you. Well, that's basically what's going on in the world, you know, because someone has that belief or that thought, then you can't be friends. You can't have anything to do with that crowd over there. That's the wrong crowd. I'm with the right crowd. What makes your crowd the right crowd? This is the whole thing. I think people need to break that down. You know,
People get too comfortable, because it comes down to
Complacent.
you're saying the right crowd. It's like
Uh-huh.
what I do and what we do is correct. Like how dare people be interested in? It's like I'd rather
Exactly.
get to know another group so then you can see what their interests are and what
There you
makes
go.
them who they are.
Well, perfect example.
Not just that,
Train
how am I
spotting.
supposed to grow
Train
as a human
spotting,
being
plane
if
spotting,
I'm
right?
just in this spot?
Yeah.
You grow until your boundaries, and if you continue to stay within those boundaries, I'm happy for you. That's your happy space. But I'm gonna go over here because my boundary's doing this.
Expansive.
Because
Your
I'm here for
boundaries are
growth. I'm here
expansive, the same as
I'm
mine
here
are.
to
Yeah.
figure out. Yep.
That's what life is a
Sorry,
learning
didn't
thing,
mean to
isn't it?
cut
Right?
off,
So
yeah.
you're constantly learning, and to be stagnant is just it's just insane, really.
That's what I
You know?
say. To me, if I wasn't learning or if I wasn't trying to better myself, then I may as well not be alive.
Exactly.
Because to me,
It's
that's
just a
what
waste of
life is.
existence. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
life is always trying to grow
Listen,
and
the
learn
whole
more.
great thing about life is the constant embracing of different things and different cultures and different understandings and
Yeah,
different.
that's it. I love different
things
cultures,
to
like
try.
different foods. That's why I do Funkin' Hungry, because obviously into
Yeah.
travel, culture, food. But
Yeah.
learning other cultures, like why they cook with this, why they do, but even the way they dress and the
Yeah.
way, just language
Yeah. Yeah.
is all interesting
Absolutely.
to me.
Well, now
It's
though,
all
if you spoke about that and said, "Oh, I like Mexican food," you're a racist because you're culturally appropriate in their food now.
All I ever eat is tacos.
Well, it's true though, isn't it? It's true. This is how pathetic it is. I mean, how silly. It's just silly. You know, people
Right,
need to learn
definitely
to
is.
love. People need to learn to love rather than hate. Because the first thing that people think of is what do I hate about this person, rather than what do I like about this person. You know.
And I've been growing up. We were saying like a little bit of conditioning, but I grew up around racist people. Like not like saying, "Oh, everyone I know are racist," but I've come across racist people. But that didn't change how I see someone. That didn't change how
No,
I look at the
exactly.
world. Just because they're like that didn't mean that. I've grown up. I've had all sorts of coloured friends, races, cultures.
Yeah, you
And
virtue
that's what
signaler.
I
Look at
was.
you, you virtue signaler.
Yeah, that's good.
When I was at school, I had a guy that was what we call half chat or whatever, half caste. I've got another friend now still whose class is a half caste, right? I've got a
They
mate,
don't even use
right?
that term anymore, do they?
No, we're
No.
not allowed to now, right? But anyway, I've got a friend who's like 6'11", right? Nearly 7 foot. He's
Yeah.
white as they come, but his dad is as black as Austin's jumper, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
But
Take
someone
care,
would
Ali.
call him racist if he said the wrong thing. Guaranteed. Doesn't matter that he's from a mixed parentage, right? And he happens to come out white rather than brown, right? We
Yeah.
don't even think
Some-
that crap. We don't even think
Sometimes it
about that
misses
crap. We don't care. I've
generations.
got mates when I've had black, the black friends that I've got and that brown friends, whatever you want to call them, right? We don't even think about talking about things like that. We are just friends, and that's it. The color thing has never even crossed my mind in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
So this whole thing, you're racist or you're a virtue signaler or any of those things, shut up. Like that. I mean, that's all new
See,
shit.
and I feel like that has to do with their culture,
crazy.
because the British
Yeah.
culture is you're under a monarch. You're basically totalitarian. That is your government. You listen
don't
to the
get us
rules, you
started
follow
on
the
that.
rules. You don't try. Well, no, what I'm saying is, as a monarchy, everyone is common. If you're not royalty, you're commonwealth. Like you don't have. It's not that sense of division, and that we all struggle together. We as Americans, we forget we all struggle together. We forget that. We forget that.
Yeah, but
just
saying that
because
though,
you
all
live
this
down the
wokey
block and you
dokey
live in a
ideology
nice
is coming
house
over to here,
doesn't mean
mate.
you don't. Yeah.
This country's
like,
on the downfall.
What
Don't
part
worry
of
about
we
that.
all struggle? Yeah.
This,
Like that's
no,
not,
this
well,
co-
no,
our
please,
country,
I'm with
our
you.
country is on the downfall. When you
I'm
got
trying
things
to
like
jump ship.
pronouns being pushed in our schools, when you got that sort of ideology, that fucked up mindset, as I call it, when you've got that being pushed in our schools to young children, to me, mate, that's like as soon as they're picking on the kids, that's it for me. That's it.
Yep.
The gloves are off,
here.
mate. The gloves are off. If they push one thing to my son and tell him to think a particular way, then I'm going to be coming down like a hammer. I've said nothing in all the years that they've been at school. Never had a problem with schools. Never had a problem with teachers. But I'll tell you now, they start pushing that crap on my son, mate. I mean, luckily for me, he's the mindset that, see, I don't push my beliefs on my kids. I allow them to grow in their own format, right? And become they are their own people. But they've discovered through their own ways and means to realize that all this is just complete lunacy. You know, my son of 14 mocks the whole thing and has a laugh with all his friends about it all. You know, at least there's that. At least I'm saved having to worry about my children's attitudes towards these things. You know, thankfully he pushes against the grain. He's like I am in a lot of ways like that. I mean, I suppose, yeah, of course you're influenced by the people you're around, but I don't push my idea. I've never pushed my ideology kind of thing on any of the kids. You know, I'll have discussions with them, but I'll allow their point of view. You know, like you should allow someone else's point of view, even if they are 14-year-old boy.
Just to ask what their interests are, so they can sort of tell you, have a bit of input, so they can you can
There
find
you
out
go.
information. And
well, usually when a
that's
kid
the part
comes
of
to
being
you
a
with a
parent
question,
and
it's because
stuff
they
as
have an
well,
answer already in their head that they think is correct, and they're basically they're looking for validation. You know,
Yeah,
but if
that's
you
exactly it.
validate the wrong thing, like these freaky parents are doing, which I think is child abuse, when a child comes to him and starts talking about girl stuff and whatever, and they're a boy, I think the interpretation of the parents, who a lot of them, they want what's best for their kid, so they want to do what's best for their kid, but it's also delusional because they're allowing things that they should never allow. You got to know when to go. No, that's not a good idea. That's
the whole idea of an adult. That's the whole idea of an adult.
Yeah.
Child, you have to guide them as well. You have to let them have, like you're saying,
not
you have
about
to let
control.
them.
It's about guidance. That's it. You know,
There's a lot of stuff that they don't know about the world
We
and how
Americans
stuff
have a
works.
difficulty with
I know.
sexualizing children, though. That's the other part that bothers me, is that we in America have a way of sexualizing children and using sports or using scholarships, money, any type of these influences as excuses for doing so. So I have children who have gender dysphoria because they don't like their body. And I tell them all the time, that is a literal part of life. We discuss that differently. We sat in different classrooms. Everybody was separate. We had educators who explained to us about our bodies. We don't have that.
Unfortunately, that's a part of being human as well.
That don't even know their own situations, that are going through their own sexual revelation. And these children are thinking gender and sexuality at the same time, and they're becoming more and more and more confused. That's what bothers me. I have to sit my children down and explain to them.
And it's down to adults that have done that. It's irrelevant at that point. Anyway, they're at school. Their whole sexual life is irrelevant when they're at school. Anyway, they're not ready for that shit. So why are they talking about it? You know, this is the other thing. You know, let the kids mature. Leave the bloody kids alone, is what I say. Leave the kids alone.
Let them be
kids. And that's the parents' job to educate them on such things. Your position is to teach them maths, English, geography, sciences. That's it. That is not your position to teach them what sexuality is and how your mindset should be. That's wrong. End of. Across the board. You know. And a teacher's ideology shouldn't be reflected on the kids. That is their belief. That is for their private life, nothing to do with the children. They shouldn't be pushing their beliefs and their understandings of life onto those children. That is the parents' position.
Well, back in high school,
I agree with that. As an educator, I agree with that 100%. Yeah.
I'm
glad.
Woo! It's me.
Oh, Mark. Hello, darling.
Hello.
Well, now, if you do that, that's too close.
we were taught the facts of life during high school, and we were given a book. Yeah,
just like me.
It was
in the early 90s, mid-90s.
Now it's
fifth grade. There was no agenda to it. It was just the facts.
You remember when people were prudish? You remember that? People were prudish and embarrassed by things like that, whereas now little girls and little boys know so much that they shouldn't know. It is unreal. and that's all
Oh,
thanks
and
to
that-
school.
Yeah, they're
And the
teaching them
government
says it's
scientific.
okay
They're
to talk
teaching
about
them
these
scientific
things.
facts. Yep. In the
Yeah,
wrong
scientific
context.
facts is one
100%
thing.
wrong context. Yep.
Someone's sexuality and talking about sex is two different things. You know,
Everything
biology.
I learned
Should not
was
be
from
having a
South
discussion
Park.
with 11-year-olds. No, 11-year-olds. No.
Yeah.
No.
No, younger than that. What are you on about? They're getting drag queens into bloody 3-year-olds to read them story time. And we all know what drag queens are for the gay community.
That definitely fires.
There's
That
no such
definitely
thing, by the
fires
way,
me
as
up
the gay
because
community. Let me just get that out there.
Yeah, but I was bothered by
I've got a
big
gay mate.
brown
He's not
purple
part, like he
dinosaurs
says, of a
Barney
community.
teaching
There's
my
not a house in
kids
the state
things.
where they're all gay. You know what I mean? There's not a town where everybody's gay. Oh, this is the gay
like
community.
they got an identification. They show
exactly.
their gay ID to get into a
Yeah,
gay
yeah. I come
community.
from the city of gay. You know, you know. Like I said, it's completely nuts. It's completely frigging nuts, man.
Yeah, I was going to say I learned everything
Well,
that I
2.5
did growing
hours
up
has
from
flown
South
by.
Park. South Park, the South Park had gays, transsexuals, and stuff before
Again, no, that is
the
an
woke stuff.
adult. That is adult cartoon.
It's
That is
an adult
not
cartoon,
something that-
Oh, but
exactly
it's
that.
not really.
My teenagers
It's not really
watching
an
it is one
adult
thing, but my
cartoon
little
because it
kids,
was like
no.
it's M15, isn't it? It's not R18.
Well,
So-
yeah,
No,
but
that's what I'm saying,
by
though, an
15,
8-year-old-
by
an
15,
8-year-old
kids are
shouldn't be
fairly
watching
matured
it.
in the way they understand the world around them. You know, so I'd agree with that. You know, that to me that's pretty fine. I mean, my son of 14, to be fair, my son was very mature at a very young age. But then again, he's been brought up by adults. His siblings are all adults, right? So his brother is 24, his sister is 30, and his other sister's 31 almost. So do you know what I mean? He and obviously as parents, you know, we're older as well, clearly, right? Because we've got older kids. But my son's had been influenced by people who are adults. So therefore, I suppose his mental capacity has been you know, he's learned in a different way rather than learning from other children. He's learned from adults. And therefore, I suppose that's why he has a great handle on things. But not everybody's like him. But I will say that anybody that gets to at least to like the age of 15, they're pretty clued up. They're smarter than what people give them credit for. So, you know, the South Park being 15, I think that's a good age. That's a fair age for them to say, yeah, a 15-year-old be able to get it. They'll be able to understand it and know it's satire.
Well,
no,
I
it's
mean,
a joke.
come on now. The late night stuff that we weren't supposed to be watching, I was watching at 13, 14.
Oh, come on. We all did it. And that hasn't made us bad people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That age is understandable.
Yeah.
But I mean,
I think
South Park came out and my niece and nephews were watching it 5, 6, 7 years old. No, that's way too young.
I think we've got a greater
cut you guys off,
respect
so I
for
gotta
children,
go. I gotta
for
get to
children's
bed. It's 4 in the
individuality now.
morning.
That's a good thing. But the bad thing of it is that the people that are pushing ideology on them, that's the problem. It's one thing to allow kids to, you know, to be recognized because long gone are the days of like you have friends around and you know, like my dad did. Right, up in your room, everybody. Don't come down till our guests are gone. Right, children should be seen and not heard. That kind of thing, right? That's great that that's gone now because you know my children are involved and stuff. You know, I brought them up to be involved because you know they're my family, right? They're my family.
Back in the day, not just that though. Back in the day, we had those conversations with adults. When we had questions, I was allowed to ask those questions, but they were not going to be. I was a teenager. I wasn't asking questions in front of my 5-year-old niece and nephews. No,
exactly.
I was taken to a side. I was explained those things. I was allowed to ask questions. It was just, it wasn't something that I would sit down and watch on, you know, primetime television with my whole family. No, that's not something that we did. Yeah. Well, I can be a bit of a devil advocate in saying that representation is important. I believe 100% representation is important, and how that is taken. Yes, the intent might be a good intent, but no, it does turn into, again, it turns into trash TV for me. It turns into something that I, as an adult, have a choice to watch.
Yeah, exactly. This on not
Mm-hmm.
the point, the message I today as opposed to being heterosexual. The fact is
Mm-hmm.
the minor percent. It's like
Well, but again, they're entertainment.
Yeah.
That's why, though.
Yeah,
They're considered entertainment. It's literally like going to the zoo and watching it. It's literally just considered to me trash TV. And I say trash TV in the sense of two women fist fighting over a man is also trash TV. So, like, there's some of it had integrity, like Jerry Springer, who would bring on just everyone with everyday weird problems, because yes, there are weird people in the world. They were having some sense of representation. That's what I mean by representation. Jerry Springer allowed.
Exactly.
You could tell what was planned and acted out. You could tell what was real.
It was everywhere.
Yes, Brad.
Even not heterosexual.
Yeah. Yeah.
People. Providing a child,
Mm-hmm.
providing that you're going to be abusing sometime. Your career carries on the structure. Whereas if everybody replicates and normally exists on planet Earth, you know, life on planet, if everybody again,
Yeah. I understand that. I can understand that.
If shit people want pedophiles, don't care. If Jews and really get around every day. You know, around,
No, but in America, the rich people do because they're bored. They don't go regular shopping.
bored.
That's what I mean by I believe it. Yeah, I truly believe that trash TV is out there for the 1% of people that are so rich and so bored that they don't have anything else that is excitement. Like, they can buy entertainment, they can buy love, they can buy attention. So they watch this, they want this, they encourage this, because the 1%, especially in the United States, runs everything. They tell us what to buy, what to wear, and that's why I've been
Yeah, it is, Lee.
It is a bit.
You're also glitching a. You're also glitching a bit too.
I think it
you're
might
not.
be
You're not
just,
smooth.
your whole video.
I've got 2 bars, right?
Oh, I have 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. You might have to drop out and come back in, Lee.
Using? Well, Lee, I might not be here. I gotta go to bed. Mwah. Thank you for coming, though. It was a great conversation. Definitely.
6, baby. Peace.
Anyway, everyone hear me out. I've got this idea for an invention. It's a seatbelt that doesn't overheat. So hear me out for a second. You know, if you get in a bloody car and all of a sudden you burn yourself because the little, why hasn't anyone came up with ones that don't overheat? So watch out for the Funkin' Hungry seatbelt coming soon. What happened to Roger? the silverback one and the silverback one. He hasn't been here for a while.
To tell you the truth, I could see a total like hash brown cover that you put on your seatbelt.
I know, it was, I was thinking of coming back. I was thinking of saying that when I come back, and then Lee had audio problems, and Mrs. Austin said she was going to leave. I'm like, need to get the rush.
Yeah, I'm getting tired.
Well, Lee's back. He's on
Brian's
one
moving
bar
around. I gotta
still.
start turning off some lights. Oh no!
Yeah.
It still looks like you're choppy though. Yeah, you sound fine. Your audio's a little. Bye, Roger. I don't know if you can hear me. Bye, Mark. Bye, G.
All right, take care,
Bye,
Mrs.
Brad.
Austin.
Bye.
Thank you
Bye,
for
Paul.
coming
Bye,
here.
everybody in the chat.
See you,
Bye,
Mrs.
Cody.
Austin. Bye.
Definitely. It was fun.
Bye.
Have a lovely night. Take care.
My sister.
I swear, it always happens. It always seems to happen when me and Mark start talking about like little, off the cuff stuff. We normally laugh and say it's the alien. We say it's normally the aliens stuffing up the Wi-Fi. Normally, sometimes it's been me and it's been my stream, and I've had to go and sort it out and come back to my own stream.
Haven't you got a hardwired connection, Lee?
Yeah.
Everyone just wave hello. That's normally what we do when we know they're listening in. Give them a bit of a wave and blow them a kiss.
As you can see, I've got a bit of radiation going on. I'm a bit red going past the Van Allen belt, so
Yeah, look at me, I'm vibrating. Look at my atoms right now. My atoms are going crazy. They're like, don't know how to vibrate. They're vibrating. Yeah, that's it. Well, this has
thanks,
been
thank you,
great
Mrs. Austin. It's been great. Yeah. Well, hopefully my connection's getting a bit better. We've signed up to FTT.
Good rest, Mrs. Austin.
So we're gonna have fiber to the house.
Yeah, nice.
We've all gone quiet now. We've got nothing to talk about.
I haven't got nothing to talk about. I could go for another few hours about this seatbelt that I have in mind.
Well, you better. Well, if you keep talking about it, somebody's going to, come up with the idea and patent the idea, and you'll lose out.
Yeah, because when you have this great idea, and then all of a sudden, like you leave it too long, and then you see someone else does the exact same crap, and you're like, man. My seatbelt would just be like a bit of rope, or like like some sort of string that has a breathable, so it's silly now, but yeah, just wrap a.
No, your picture's shitty.
Robotic.
Yeah, and your picture's really crappy. Yeah, he's gone. No. Right, Lee. Thank you very much.
I mean, if you can fix your connection, or unless you want to bugger off. They must have thought you was me, Lee. They must have targeted you instead. They must have been like, oh, they saw the G, they saw the Lee G, and they're like, oh, that's that bloody bastard that we hate, that we stuff up his Wi-Fi. Oh, well, it was brilliant to have you here. It was a great conversation. You're a lovely bloke to chat to, and you're welcome here anytime.
Cheers.
The chat loved you as well. Yeah.
Throw your link in the chat if you like, Lee. No worries.
Thanks
Thanks,
very
mate.
much,
See
man.
ya.
Catch ya.
Oop, he's gone.
And I like when differences of opinions comes up here because it makes everything interesting. You know, that's what I like about Lee because he might be a little, tiny bit different in some things, a little bit different things, but you know, when other things.
I feel
Makes
it's
it
like
interesting.
like Mark, like Mark has his knowledge in engineering and stuff like that. It's like
Yeah.
Lee is obviously very musical, talented in music and stuff like that. It's but we all are quite similar with how we look at the world and just how we question stuff. And I know myself and Mark obviously had mutual interest because of that, because of looking into stuff that we're told isn't happening or isn't real or whatever you want to say. So just the fact
Makes
that
the
Mark
world go round.
obviously goes against the grain there, and
Yeah.
and even yourself, Roger, I know that you know a lot about politics and stuff, but you're open-minded enough not to
Yeah,
just
because
be one-sided with it. Not like this is right and this is how it is, because a lot of times there is two sides to a story.
yeah. Plus, I know about federal politics because one of my brother-in-laws married to my older sister, not the twin sister of
Yeah,
Robert. I got an older sister than Robert.
yeah,
She's married
right.
to a guy who's a security guard at Federal Parliament House in Canberra.
Yeah, right.
So,
Uh,
and so I got an in-depth look at what Parliament House is like in Canberra, what they
hmm.
do, and how the pre-arranged stuff is.
Well, no, yeah, so we can act like plunkers now because we got full connection. Poor old Lee. Mark's getting out all the torches. He's having a rave in the back.
I'm phasing out of it, but anyway, who cares?
Yeah, instead of put raving, we call it phasing.
Roger can be the background music.
Yeah, he's the beatboxer. Are you able to share the links, Mrs. Austin, if you don't mind? You can share Ryan's and your one as well if you want, but yeah, it's just sometimes a little bit hard for me to share links when I'm on the laptop. I can do it through my phone, but normally I try not. Most of the stream, I'm normally staring at my phone like a twat. But most of the time I'm doing stuff on it, like checking stuff, checking the naked aliens are all at bay. I sometimes need to go and give them cookies, just to calm them down.
Baby
You
brother.
meet Emperor Mark. Yeah, that's what he reminded me of when he went all red. Just like some Star Wars, like Sith Darth Vader stuff happening. Okay, Lee, no worries. Had to have a reset. So here, anyone that's watching, this is First Floor Audio, Lee's channel. If you want to go check him out, he does sort of panels like this, but a lot of time it's associated around music. He
Yeah, he
sings and
does. He does
performs.
about 3 shows a week. So he does Night Rider or Night Rider.
For some reason, your audio's cut out, Mark.
Oh, there it is. Would help if I press the right button. How's that?
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I was going to check my phone to see if it was my audio, but yeah, your audio.
No, I didn't hit the right button.
After you was explaining about the 3 different shows he does, it cut out. So
Yeah,
if you want
I
to,
must have hit the wrong button. Yeah, no. Just go over to Lee's channel. He does. He usually comes on about 9 o'clock in the morning for me. Anyway, obviously he does list his time. So, but even in just watching a playback, if you want to listen to the
yeah,
type of music he does and what he does. It's good entertainment.
Okay, because no, I know that Lee's got that other channel, isn't it? Sort of about ufology and stuff like that. I was interested in looking into that.
Yeah.
I,
If Lee, if you're still around, could you supply the link for that, please? Because I haven't
oh,
even subbed. That's
they got that.
Lee and Steve Stockton from Among the Missing. Among the Missing is another
Okay.
good channel.
So
Steve Stockton.
they're all in the. Sorry, Mike. They're all in
You're right.
the chat there. Mrs. Austin says gave them, and so we got First Floor Audio. We got the from Beyond rather.
Yeah, From
Yeah, so
Beyond.
that's
Yep,
there. So
that's the one.
because I wanted to sub to that as well the other day when
Yep.
we were talking about it, and sometimes when channels are a little bit small, they don't come. If you type it in, they don't come up on the bloody search. So yeah.
Yeah, well, From Beyond is just a new channel from Steve Stockton and Lee, and I'm sure because often Steve Stockton from Among the Missing does come into Lee's chat. If we reach out to him, I'm sure he would come on and have a chat with us at some stage, or even have the both of them on here and just have a chat about.
Oh, that would be fantastic, man.
I'm sure if we reach out to them, that they would certainly come on and have a chat with us.
Yeah,
It's certainly increased traffic to your channel, G, a big time.
Oh, it would be good, but yeah, it's not even just about trafficking. I mean, we all would love to help each other grow, but I mean, myself, Mark, and plenty of other people in the chat are interested in. It'd be great. So yeah, Lee, if you could arrange that sometime in the near future, would be fantastic. And just to touch on what Mark was saying, yeah, it would be great. And Roger said it as well, that it's good when someone new comes on because they just bring a whole different sort of aspect to it. So
yeah,
you're very welcome, man. It was great to have you up, and yeah,
you also
we're quite similar people in how we look at the world.
Yeah, and also some of Lee's followers will come over and join in, or at least listen to what we're talking about, and you might pick up a subscriber or two. So it might be good if we could set up and share our channels all at the same time,
Yeah.
Well, when I was setting this up, Mark, it said about people can restream, but do I need to set it up or what? Because it had a notification and it was saying, people are allowed to, and I believe I clicked on, I allowed it, but I don't really know how people can, how you can so Roger and yourself, Mark, could broadcast off your own channels. So,
okay,
that would be great to be able to do that.
Yeah, I've looked into it too. So what I looked into tonight, and I can go back through my history and I looked in the help center of Restream. I tried because you were already live, it wouldn't let me do it. So it's something you got to do. So one of us, either in this case, you or the host, so you set it up, but we got to do it before you go live. So you link all the channels before you go live, and then when you're live on mine, I'm live on yours, and whoever else is on Restream. And as Lee mentioned earlier, StreamYard does the same thing, which is something I didn't know about. Maybe it's just a fairly recent addition that they've included. So it'd probably be... I don't think Lee uses StreamYard like a lot of people, like we used to. So if you have a free version, all you got to do is just hook it up to your YouTube channel. Even the free versions, you just hook up your
Google account,
your regular account or accounts. Restream, you can do 2 channels on the free version, so it wouldn't matter which one you do. as long as somebody was the host, and then we could all hook in and just do it. It'd be a good way to cross-platform our
Oh,
channels.
yeah, definitely. I think that's definitely on the cards as well. Roger and yourself, Mark, you both help a lot. So I just feel like having you, and then you're kind of live as well. When people, who are on your guys' channel can go, oh, they're live and get involved as well.
Yeah, and so it has a flow on
Yeah,
it. It has a flow on effect.
You're welcome.
And then
The algorithm
some
will
people
probably
might go to. Yeah, go on, Mark.
Sorry, I was just going to say a thought just came to my mind. Excuse me. Sorry. If we're all live at the same time, the algorithm would probably pick up a bit better, and especially when you get engagements like we got 100. You got 100 chat messages, and you get a little thing. It would all help, regardless of whether you get people in who don't agree or people just come in and see it and then take off again like they do, So
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say. If people come for your shed related stuff, if obviously that's not the topic, then if they're not interested in the other topics, no doubt they'll eventually just leave the live. But then people that do have like-minded interests or like jumping from topic to topic like we tend to do,
Yeah.
then they'll stick around and we'll still build a
They'll
bit
stick
more of
around
an
and help
audience
you
by
out.
doing that.
Yeah.
Because obviously this
see-
chat is a little bit unstructured, but that's what's kind of good about it as well.
And then that's how you get subscribers after a while. Like across all your channels, it will grow, and it's next year. You put 808 on Funk and Hungry. If it keeps going, you'd be about 900, if not 1,000 subscribers in no time. Once you get to 1,000, you take off a little bit. Next thing
Yeah,
you know, 1,200 subscribers, and thinking, yeah, got an audience, You're able to capitalize on that by doing what you're doing now, That's how you capitalize. And next thing you know, you're getting paid after a while, and you'll be thinking, this is interesting, and all you have to do is be proud where you come from, Make sure you stay rooted where you are. Like, be a normal person. That's what I try to say. Be as normal as you can. Doesn't matter how big you are. Doesn't matter you're big as PewDiePie or whatever. It doesn't matter. As long as you stay, as normal as person as you are, Doesn't matter if you're as big as Mr. Beast,
Yeah, so like I know what you're saying, but also being normal, just more respectful. I don't look at myself probably as normal, but be respectful, but also don't hold
be
back as long as
respectful
you're doing it in a
yeah.
respectful way. Don't keep a part of you. Don't hold back a part of you if you feel like it's not as long as it's acceptable. Like everyone is a little bit weird in their own way, and that's what I love about
Yeah, because I'm
people in
always,
general.
we all, like you said, we all weird in our own way. I'm a bit weird, and I just, I'm a very playful guy, and I like laughing at myself. I laugh at myself all the time, and although I do martial arts, I've been doing martial arts since I was 8, and that's 36 years ago. And I still laugh at myself now. Coming here, chatting to you guys, laughing at myself. I'm laughing at myself now. I'm just talking.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
We laugh, Roger. We laugh at you and we laugh with you, mate. So don't worry about it.
I don't mind another snowflake, so you can laugh. You can laugh at me as all you want. You and Funk can roll around, laughing your faces off at me if you wanted to. Going, what? No, look at him. Oh, he's got a big nose, which I do. Oh, look at him. He's got a whatever. He looks like Dr. Zoidberg from Futurama. Yeah. Doesn't worry me. Doesn't worry me at all. What G did doesn't worry me. I mean, if Robert was here, he would confirm, he would say, yeah, I know you say this, but you might know you're snowflake, but you don't fall on the ground like a snowflake, he would say, like laughing and that. because he was here on New Year's Eve when you did a New Year's Eve stream, G.
Mhm. Yeah, he
He had
was.
a few drinks. He had a few drinks with me that night because one of the catch up he's been doing. Yeah, both come home, drunk as skunks. We come in here and saw you live, so he decided to come on your stream, G. I don't know how I meant to talk him into it, but yeah. Have to catch him out of it to convince him. Because I can't remember a thing about your stream. On the 1st of January, 31st, 1st of January, they did a stream, G.
Yeah.
I can't remember a thing about
I
it.
remember it, but also I don't remember it that well. That's probably one stream I wouldn't mind going back and watching a little bit more of because it's a little
We
bit
come
crazy.
about between 2:30 and 3 in the morning. I can remember the time, but I can't remember what we said.
Yeah, right.
About 2:30, 3 in the morning, like on the 1st of January, we're both drunk. I can't remember a thing about it.
I just
back about it. I thought, did I say that? I fucking. Ryan laughed at me because when he saw it himself and he got back through your stream and that, you think, oh, that's what we said. he was just assessed. Just good place. Yeah, we said that. Okay, I'm back. What did I just say that? I'm too embarrassed. Did I say that?
You just said that. I was going to say, Brad, I think he's only got 40 something subscribers. Have we got a link to Brad's channel so we can get his subscribership up so we can do lives? It'd be great to see Brad plays guitar.
If one of the mods can throw up Brad's link for us, would be awesome if you could, please. Or yeah, so if we can get Brad's channel up a bit more, would be great. So yeah, as Mark said, so he can do what he wants to do, which I believe was live streams he was talking about last time, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Doing some live streams. So Cody's saying Thursday was 1 year already since I began watching your videos, G. That went by super quick.
Wow. Was anybody got... Oh, there we go. Oh, that's first floor. There he is. I thought I was... All right, I am now. Brad, I just subscribed to your channel, mate. I thought I was. Sorry about that. So you got 46 subscribers now.
All right.
We'll have to...
Because I do have a couple of channels, obviously Hobby One and the one that I stream to and stuff. So, and cheers for putting that in there, Lee. Subbed. It's on 47. I'll be able to get him over 50 by my other couple of channels, but if anyone else wants to help us out.
I mean, it costs you nothing.
That's it, eh? Yeah. I mean, even my channel, a lot of people that watch the content still aren't subbed to the channel.
Yeah. When you... sorry. When you look at the analytics, even the same with me, when you get that little report from YouTube, and a lot of the bigger YouTubers are saying the same thing, that a lot of people who are watching the videos are not subscribed. They just come in, they watch the video, the content, and I think most of them only watch for about 30 seconds or something like that. Then they move on to the next thing, So
normally after about a minute, it drops. The views drop.
Yep. But look. Yeah. If you, but the main thing is the people who want to watch your content, they're the ones who will hang around and, maybe interact or something like that. Obviously, most people have got other things going on in their lives and they can't sit around and watch YouTube all the time. But at
That's
least
right.
even my channel, I'm not pushing it that hard, especially at the moment, and my subscriber base is still going up, slowly but surely.
Yeah, same with me and my brothers as well, because we have a new kebab shop in town, and both refer kebab for a new kebab shop in my small town. Suddenly, we both shot up over 400 and beyond after G
Yeah.
subscribed to both our channels. It is that's after him.
Also, you have to remember, like, we're sharing these links on these lives quite a lot. So sometimes I get over hundreds of people watching. Yeah, they might not watch the exact right moment, but if people are watching and they're interested in, Roger, Mark, or whoever else, we're all sort of giving a shout out or saying that you guys have channels. So it's just, I just like, helping each other out, and it's great that Mark pointed that out. Brad's over 50 now. Subs.
Oh, cool. So he should going by what he said last time, he should be able to start doing lives now.
He's actually on 54 now. I just updated my.
If you get there 100 subscribers, I do write to you. The YouTube thing will say congratulations on your email for 100 subscribers. They say to your email, thank you for 100 subscribers on YouTube. That's about it.
Yeah.
As far as I know.
Because also, if people I want to start moving my channel over to this channel. So it's still, where am I just might share my backup channel that I want to move my lives to, just because one day I'll probably still be doing it through Funkin' Hungry, but I'd like for this to sort of be the main for my lives eventually. Just like Mark was saying about having guests on, I just feel like it would be suited to a channel that isn't necessarily Funkin' Hungry and food related as such. But all good stuff takes time.
Yep.
That's why I said. That's why I just slowly am introducing this into it, not to stress anyone else out, and just slowly build the channel. I'll always be streaming to both, but the content will have a permanent place on this Hyper Sapien channel, this backup channel, which is still sort of in construction. I'll probably get a logo and a proper name and stuff for it eventually, but for now, we're all here, we're all sharing each other, we're all doing what we want to do.
Yeah. And as Lee pointed out, we're all in there together. And if we can, we're all in it together. And if we can just help each other out a little bit, and we won't always be on each other's channels. There's going to be times where we can't make it, or just the stars and the planets don't align. But the main thing is you're there sometime.
Yeah, you're there in spirit. You come up in your little holographic form, Mark. I can pull you up here and speak to you, Darth Vader, Darth Sidious.
You're my only hope.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly.
When are we going to get those anyway?
I'm going to get what?
Holograms that we can talk each other to, like they do in Star Wars.
Yeah, that'd be great. We're probably closer with this bloody Elon Musk stuff that he's doing, Euro plants and stuff. Yeah, see, that's what I love seeing, though. I just love seeing everyone come together, like Lee saying he subbed to Cody, and it's how we get to know each other. It's how conversation works, and how it's how really human should be, coming together. And who knows, you find similar interests with someone that you don't even know, really. Like, it's just great to see.
Yeah, well, I mean, I haven't watched all of Cody's content. I've watched some of it, and the stuff I have watched, it's actually enticing me to watch more. But also, well, I participated in one of Cody's polls on YouTube the other day about a poster he's getting. So
Yeah.
so and the stuff that Cody talks about, his interest, is something I didn't know anything about. I may have seen it at
Yeah.
Comic Con
It's very
or
nice.
I may have seen it at Supernova or Comic Con when I've gone, but I didn't recognise it as But now
As big and popular as it is.
yeah, and now if I see it, I'll I'll understand. Okay, that's what it is.
So I'm not 100%. I'm sure the fandom is incorporated into Comic Con and stuff like that, because Comic Con obviously isn't just really a comic convention anymore.
No,
It covers
no,
movies and stuff.
yeah,
And I do know. I've seen a documentary, and although it's not really content that I engaged with, the documentary was quite interesting, and it was about bronies, about like what it is, and like the fandom, I guess that they follow and are interested in. And yeah, so when I came across Cody, I kind of already had an idea of what he was into, sort of animation and that sort of stuff, I guess.
yeah.
And yeah, it's just yeah. But my point is, I know they have like in America a brony. I don't know if they have it in Australia, but they have like a brony convention where it's just for that fandom.
Yep.
Like it's like Warhammer. I'm interested in Warhammer. They have Warhammer Fest and Warhammer. They have conventions that are more for either Warhammer alone or miniature painting and
Yep.
miniature gaming as a whole. Like all
Yeah.
sorts. I mean, they have the IPs they have these days are like Star Wars and Marvel. They're making miniature games for them. Those brands now. So it's starting to get. I mean, they've always had them around, but yeah, it's definitely getting more popular. I don't know if you've heard of Henry Cavill, Mark, but he's supposedly doing a Warhammer series on Prime. So it's obviously becoming a lot more popular. Henry Cavill's the guy that played Superman recently.
Yes, I know who he is, but yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not.
So he's sort of, you don't follow into that. Yeah.
No, I'm not right up with that sort of stuff. Well, I am with some of it, but not all of it. But I think there's so much out there. It's just when you look at America, with their population base of 320 million or 326 million.
We're still playing catch up.
Yeah. We're not even, when you consider it, we're not even 10% of North America's population. So we're doing pretty well. Of course, everything's going to be bigger over there and better and all that sort of stuff and more of it,
That's the American way. Stars, stripes, eagles, guns, explosions,
Yep. But, you got to, it's good to get inspiration from these sort of things. And,
yeah, definitely.
You're obviously going to learn things like, for a lot of people, one of my wife's friends, she's into that K-pop. Now, I didn't know what that was a lot, but of course I've come to learn over time. K-pop is, popular in the Asian
Korean
countries.
pop music.
Yeah, and I think some of the bands probably got more followers than some of the boy bands over here, but that's just the way it is.
Yeah. Because they had a McDonald's meal for BWS, I think it is called. I probably got that wrong, but it's the
BTS
pop group. BTS.
Yeah, the BTS.
Beer, wine, and spirit.
Because I know that because my sister's into it. She's into that BTS pop
That's
group.
what I was going to mention as well. Gangnam Style was K-pop as well, which is obviously, but yeah, just. So as you were saying about it, Mark, what is there something? I guess they was interested you didn't know, and they told you about it.
Oh,
In
it's just
regard, you said your wife's friend, or
yeah. She was into it, and it's just it's getting back to talking to people. It's about
that's it.
finding out what their interests are, and you may have heard of it, you may have run across it, but you don't sort of go, oh, and then the ticker goes off and goes, oh, okay, righto, that's what it's about. We've all either seen it or heard it, and some people follow it or are into it more than others.
And that goes back to like it's almost sometimes become full circle on this show. It's like we mentioned stuff, but that's how we're saying like the differences, and some people, oh, that's not a part of our group. That's not something I'm interested in, so I'm not going to learn about it. But like Mark just said, if you speak to someone, you learn about this stuff. Like, oh, what's that? Like, sometimes you feel like the stuff you're interested in, like everyone knows it, and that's just how you sometimes feel. And yeah, like there's quite a lot. Just like Wu-Tang Clan is a huge rap group, and I thought like a lot of people would know that, but I don't know. Recently, my brother's partner he was saying that she didn't know about it, and it's just crazy sometimes when
So,
it's plastered on MTV and stuff back in the day.
so a quick little search on YouTube, and that group BTS, which is
BWS.
yeah, that's what I thought. Um, when you look at their view, oh, that was three. Well, okay, so they've had 1.7 billion views, not million, but billion. It's when you start looking at it in terms of views, that's pretty big stuff.
Dynamite, 1.7 billion views.
Yeah. So now I'm actually going to go and watch that and listen to it. Go, okay, what's this all about? I'll try and understand.
And yeah, it's obviously like Asian countries are full of people that music being popular, but then being popular in non-speaking Asian countries, obviously it's going to get a lot of views. But yeah, it shows you as well that we're talking about barriers and different stuff tonight. It shows like a lot of people probably don't understand that Korean, the words they're using, but for whatever reason they're interested in sort of the style of music, the sound of the actual instrumentals, and I know Roger's into Rammstein. I like Rammstein as well, a German heavy metal group. They've been popular for many years, but yeah, they're popular in mainstream. They're popular in non-German speaking countries. I feel like sometimes you can just relate to the energy or the emotions that artists are using.
So that
Kind of
German group,
make Rammstein.
yeah, they didn't they don't do stuff like 99 Lift Balloons.
They do. They did used to be played on mainstream media quite a lot, but I think like in the sort of mid '90s, early 2000s was a bit of a different time as well. Here is
That's a
Robbo's
Rammstein first four video. They're my second or third played band for last year, Rammstein. They're from Germany.
Yeah.
They sing in English, and they're native German, Spanish, and French, and a few songs in Russian as well.
Rammstein have actually made some songs into English as well. Some of their famous songs, they've done English versions as well.
Yeah, they also did songs in the native German. Also did some in French, Spanish. They sing some of them into French and into Spanish. And still a few songs in German. Well, the band members can speak fluent Russian. One of the band members, Richard Crisp, one of the band members can speak and also sing in Russian. If you want to talk to Robert Five Live, he'll know a bit more than me about Rammstein.
I can speak German if you want.
Oh, you have to speak to Robert Five Live if he's available.
Well, I can. Einen Bier.
Yeah, that's that like sentence that Dave said.
Yeah.
Dave
It's
said to us
one beer.
ages ago. Yeah, I remember Dave taught us
Einstein's
that.
been around for about almost 30 years this year. Einstein.
I was still going to school when I was listening to Rammstein, like the first few.
Yeah,
sort
I
of-
was 14 when I first come across it myself. I was 14, 1994.
Yeah.
I was 14 at the time.
See, one
I
album
remember
that I
Five
loved was the producer RZA from Wu-Tang Clan. He did a album called The World According to RZA, and he went around the world and he worked with different
RZA,
artists,
yeah.
different
RZA, yeah.
hip hop artists. And so he worked with Italians, French, German, and I absolutely loved that album. And some of the words I don't have a clue. You know, some of it I've looked into to work out kind of what's going on, but I just love the flow and the energy behind some of them. Some of them are obviously a little bit more. It's a little bit more real or depressive or like the situation. And some of it's just very energetic and very a party type song. But absolutely love playing that album. The different accents of the different languages actually make the album very interesting because the different languages and pronunciation of words and stuff like that. It gives each song a very different vibe and. It's really awesome.
I trained with someone from martial arts who can speak French because I didn't know this because he was still mulling something in French once, and I understood some French words and I thinking, I said to him, "Do you speak French, mate?" And he said, "Yeah, I speak a little bit of French there," and still talk to him a little bit and stuff about our backgrounds and stuff. And yeah, he's a very nice guy too. But a little bit shorter than me, but with a solid build and a strong guy in that.
Bloody Cody's got some autocorrect issues there.
Car play moi from plastic.
Oh, he's speaking another language.
I
thought he was just typing wrong.
I tell you how old I was when I was working many years ago. When I was working at a particular theme park, somebody was talking about Flow Rider, and I thought, oh yeah, this is a new ride or something. And no, it's a band or
it was a dude. Yeah, it was a bloke.
Yeah, Flow Rider. I mean, what? Hang on. Flow Rider. Yeah, right. Okay. So there you go.
That's awesome. That's a great story. That is.
Hey, I'm behind the times. I am behind the times, man.
Oh, I'm even behind Flow Rider. I don't know what the hell's going on. Yeah, I think he was just one of those. I think he was just one of those. You know, he came in, had a couple of hits, and then flow rided out of here.
Well, Brad Strang out. I was 14 in '94. I was born in 1980. So I'm 2 years older than you, Brad Strang out. Yeah. What do you say about something about a ride? Did you say, Mark?
Sorry.
You talk about some guy looking for some ride and that, or thought for some ride.
No, he said Flow. There's a guy called Flow. A Flow Rider is an artist. I believe he's a rapper. But Mark, when he heard about him, thought it was a new ride, but it was a musician.
Yeah, because somebody asked about him, Mark, when you were working there years ago.
Yeah, I used to work there a long time ago.
Yeah, you talk about some guy asking about some Flow Rider and that before I rudely interrupted.
They were talking about, and I thought it was some sort of ride or some sort of amusement thing, and I had to, what's this Flow Rider business? And they said, oh, it's a band or an artist or something. I'm just going to look it up right now.
He's an artist. Have you heard of T-Pain? They do sort of like auto tune, which is where their voices go all really robot-y and sound.
Yeah,
they're not. It's classified as hip hop or rap, I guess, but it's not the kind of stuff that I'm interested in. It's like, I guess it's a pop version of rap or something more mainstream. I like more conscious stuff, or I really like lyric. Yeah,
like even Mark can put his worst performance in auto tune can correct Mark's voice there. Go, mate.
Yeah, so everyone started using auto tune in like sort of, well, probably around about, I don't know, early 2000s and
Yeah.
onward. It's obviously died off a little bit now, but as Roger said, you could have the worst voice and it can correct,
Yeah.
but then you sound a little bit like a robot.
Yeah, because Mark can sing, got his first performance ever, and an autotune can correct Mark's voice and that, make the best song ever.
Yeah, I've seen that. Seen that done. Who does that? There's during the big sea pandemic that everyone talks about. There's a couple. I still follow them on YouTube. What are they called? Oh God, they're brain dead now. It's gone.
We all
And
feel
he,
brain dead sometimes. I've been awake till 6 this morning myself.
yeah, he used autocorrect. Sorry, not autocorrect.
Auto tune.
Auto tune. Thank you, G. The Holderness family.
Yeah.
And they did some funny stuff early on. It was really good, but they've gone away from what they did, which was really sort of, I'm a bit disappointed. It just like there was one guy there. What's his name? Highway sing along. Like there's one guy ages ago, and he's not doing it anymore because he used to do highway sing-alongs, and TJ Smith is the guy, and he used to. Yeah, if you look up TJ Smith or highway sing-along, Build Me Up Buttercup, Don't Stop Believing. He did some really good. It was really good, entertaining stuff, and he's obviously gone along and done. He I think he sings professionally. I haven't looked at his stuff in ages, so let's have a look. He hasn't uploaded anything. Like he hasn't uploaded anything in 2 years, but he does some good stuff, or he was doing some good stuff. He's probably become like a lot of people, but when they with a good talent, they get on YouTube and their career just takes off. Like another guy, I spelt it wrong. Mark Martell. Now, this guy would have to be the closest guy who sounds like Freddie Mercury. Now, I know there's been others, but this guy sounds like Freddie Mercury. I mean, it's just uncanny. And I think he's now touring with a Queen tribute band or something.
Okay, yeah.
He's. But if you listen to him, if you listen to the stuff that he sang for Queen or done duets, or the stuff he's done of Queen songs, he covers it. Man, you would swear that it's Freddie Mercury singing. Because it's just so uncanny. It's unbelievable. And he does talk about that in some of his videos. And it just, I really need to go back and watch some of his stuff because it's really, really good.
So when you say go back and look at his stuff, is it live performances or is it just him talking about it in general?
No, there is there are live performances on his channel. So Mark Martell is his name, MarcMartel. He's got 1.45 million subscribers and 134 videos.
So
Yeah, not too shabby. So 6 months ago is the last time he posted anything. I don't know if he's done any shorts.
Because I guess for him, if he's performing and stuff, he's obviously doesn't need to rely on YouTube for his income, or
No.
he's probably touring and doing shows, and then it might come back to uploading again. When that
Yeah.
dies down or whatever.
Yeah, he is touring. He did talk about it in one of his he's also done Christmas albums as well. So like he can sing. It's just go and have a look at a couple of the covers he did of the Queen songs, and you'll understand why I'm so passionate, passionate about it. He also
So Mark Martell, was it?
yeah, MARCMARTEL.
Bohemian Rhapsody and stuff like that.
Yep,
And
yep.
Queen
Yep.
Extravaganza.
Yep.
I might just jump off just to listen, and then I'll jump back on.
Yeah. So it's just me on the G show at the moment, live.
I'm always listening though, even if I'm listening to this. I'm listening to you as I'm listening.
That's it. Should I be paranoid?
Always be paranoid, I say.
No worries, Cody. I'm glad you're interested. But yeah, it's sometimes like a lot of things. You come across things and you wander from one thing to another. Just like Andre Rieu, I enjoy his stuff. Yes, we've all heard a lot of it before, but Andre Rieu is a showman, and he puts on a good show. That's for sure. His shows are sold out like you wouldn't believe wherever he goes, all around the world, and it's just music to ears, and it's fun as well.
Oh, I'm back.
You're back, Roger?
Yeah, I'm back.
So this. Yeah. He certainly had a unique voice. But I don't know. Somebody else go and have a listen to Mark Martell, and just listen to his voice when he sings a Queen song. It's really so much like Freddie. It's unbelievable.
I just have to say, yeah, I've got this idea about this seatbelt that. Oh yeah, he's pretty awesome. I was listening to the Bohemian one. You definitely can tell a different accent, but he hits the right notes. But the accent's slightly different, or the voice, or whatever. Yeah, and then the really high part, I didn't feel was as good, but he's still good in his own way. But in comparison, like obviously, but yeah, it still sounds like a brilliant artist. Yeah, there's definitely a difference there, but he's definitely doing the song justice, which is probably pretty hard to do because it's such a complex song, really.
Right. So
vocals.
I've got this idea. It's a new idea. I don't know if anyone's thought about it. It's called the seatbelt. So what it does, the idea is it's supposed to restrain you in your seat, especially in a motor vehicle, because if you're not belted in, you could be in an accident. Yeah, and so it goes like this, and
that looks pretty fancy.
Yeah, I don't know if
bloody Indiana Jones now.
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard of ideas like this. Well, we could also go across the across the top. Hang on. Go like this.
Oh,
I'm being a plonker now.
oh. I bought. Freddie was very super good friends with the Italian opera singer woman. He was on another level. This is Freddie Mercury had a high.
Thanks for the subs,
Yeah,
guys.
thanks for the sub.
I'm over 50,000 live stream for 23 hours. That's
No
Brad
worries. Appreciate
string out.
Way to go, Brad.
good on Mark for mentioning that. But yeah, that's great.
Yeah, Freddie.
I'm surprised we didn't do that last time. We must have I don't know been busy getting into conversation. But anyway, back to Freddie.
Yeah, I think a lot of people gasped when he spent so much time with that opera singer lady. But of course, that's something he wanted to do, and he done it.
Yeah, because wasn't he gay? So why was he spending so much time with a woman? I mean, I'm probably going to get myself in trouble here, but yeah, if he does that,
Yeah.
you know,
It's about the music.
if he,
It's about the
yeah,
music, doesn't matter.
I was wondering what it was about. Yeah, obviously, I'm joking. This bloody dog wants to go out again. I think it might have to jump out for a second, guys. Roger, take it away.
Talk about what?
Tell Becky,
You and
tell
Marcus
Becky is the queen.
was talking about music, I was interested.
Soul wants to go for a walk.
Yeah, I'm crying again. He probably wants scrub, but he just gonna get let out for a toilet again. Is all he gets. And then I'll probably
Yeah.
give him a snack anyway because I'm soft.
You'll have to go for an extra long walk, gee. He means well. I wonder where. I think our girl's asleep on the floor in the bedroom or something like that. So what's on your agenda tomorrow, Roger? Got any sound there, Roger?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, you're here. Oh, that's good. That's good. Oh, boy. What a day. But anyway, I digress. Can I light anything on fire, Roger? Catching up on the chat. But anyway, who's your favourite band? Anyone in the chat? Do you have a favourite band? Is it yourself? Is it a small unknown person? What happened to Bruce Springsteen? Is he still doing shows, or is he just too old now? How old is he? He must be in his 70s, something like that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so, G. I think he's still around. Bruce still tours. It's good. That's good, because for a while there he talked about doing more intimate shows instead of the big ones that he used to do. But yeah, they still do. It'd be better. if he's going to do that, Roger, you'd be better off just getting Patreon or something like that, or even better still, just get people to send you, recommend drinks or send you drinks, and that way you don't have to pay for them and do reviews.
The other thing is we live about 5 minutes walk from each other. That's the thing. We've got different PO boxes. You know what I mean? So I don't want to confuse people to send in one or the other PO boxes.
Yeah.
We do take suggestions. There's one from Dylan B wanted me and Robert to do some
lollies, was it?
Some lollies he didn't get much on from some sweet lollies that he did and I commented and he said, well, you do some? And I says, I'll do some as soon as we get some
Wonder if I'll get cancelled for teabagging on live stream.
Yes, I told him I'll shut you out as soon as we find some in the local reject shop we have in our small town and that. Because that way the local reject shop is. It's not far where we train in martial arts and that.
When you said you both got a PO box, is that your actual personal addresses or an actual PO box?
PO box. This is post office box. It's PO box. It's based post office.
Yeah. Because
that
would be a pretty good. Would be a pretty good idea to get people to send you stuff, and then they can. Because you said you don't care about monetization. It could be a good way though for interact with your fans and allow you to try stuff that someone might say, "Oh, this is my favorite drink," and might want you to try it. Give them a rating.
We started more as a passion project rather than because we don't care about getting paid too much. Because me and Robert Harloff, our jobs take care of any short or fall we get from YouTube because I get. My job pays me $800 a week. And Robert 5 Live, he says he got more skills than me in the IT department. He gets $850 a week. So we don't care about if he gets monetized or not.
Yeah, that's fair.
So you can cut
even
always go on.
I was just going to say, even with me, like I'm financially, I'm not doing the best, but I'm not doing the worst. You know what I'm saying? I'm happy with that. I've got food in my stomach. I've got a roof over my head, but I haven't worked for a while, and help with doing reviews to do as much content as I can, which I've since doing Funkin' Hungry. I've definitely tried to pump out as much as I can, but it is pretty bloody costly. Everyone says, how expensive stuff is. Yeah, it's definitely expensive.
Inflation is worldwide. It's not contained here. It's a worldwide thing. Because I looked over the world, is inflation is affecting everywhere. Europe, North America, South America, Africa. It doesn't matter where you look, inflation is everywhere. So you can't just say, it's only contained to one area. It's worldwide,
Yeah.
People. So Scott, the
point I was trying to make is just the people who have sponsored, donated and stuff are the type of person I am. It still does feel kind of hard to accept because it's not really a handout. I'm the type of person that doesn't sort of take a handout. I'm not. If I'm struggling, I'll struggle. I won't try and involve other people, but. People have sponsored or sent me donations and super chats and all that stuff.
You're on government welfare on the moment, aren't you? Like you're unemployed and that, aren't you? Yeah, you're unemployed at the moment.
Okay.
I'm not said to say you're unemployed at the moment, aren't you?
Yeah, unemployed, but it's changing now. I'm doing different stuff, but that's I guess a long story. But yeah, I've just been on a medical certificate that stops
I
me from
see that.
having to look from work. But the payment I'm getting is what someone looking for work would get. But I'm
You know,
previously was on a medical certificate.
do you know if you're still a British citizen, right? You can
Yeah,
get
still
a
British
British,
citizen.
yeah, you get a you can get a UK disability pension where you still looking for work. Gee, because I had a look recently, you get a UK disability support while you're still looking for work as a because you're not a citizen of Australia yet. You get a overseas. I forgot what it's called, but it's UK's disability support something because
Yeah,
one of my cousins from my grandparents' side still live in the UK,
right.
and you can get disability support while still living it overseas because I saw looking at it recently.
Mm.
But you're on NDIS at the moment, aren't you? You get something for like I know
Yeah,
I know how to spell beans. I know how to spell beans.
no,
Yes,
yeah, yeah, I'm on that, and that's coming up for a review soon. But
because I shouldn't have said what I
yeah,
said. Gee, sorry about that.
what? What'd you
About you
say?
on DAS because I don't want to spill beans with you on. Because if I
Oh, well,
say too much,
it's
you
nothing
must say I don't want
necessarily.
to talk about that. Yeah,
Well, yeah, if I didn't want to talk about stuff, I wouldn't talk about it. But yeah, I've come, a couple of the live streams are done by myself. When I first started doing lives, I went into like mental health issues and depression and stuff like that. And yeah, it's up for review soon, but we'll see what happens. I mean, I could stay on some sort of pension or whatever, or I could, you know, go elsewhere. But yeah, NDIS as well isn't bloody easy to get into. That's for sure. It's not like you just apply and they just let anyone in. It's definitely I had to see
yeah,
professional people that could
yeah.
put
I'm
through
not too sure.
paperwork to allow
But
that. It's not like just
yeah,
followed the yellow brick road and got there. It's like you need professionals and you need to work with them. That's why
yeah,
sometimes that's why
yeah.
sometimes you don't work for a while is because you have to see professionals to work with them, but then you're not seeing them every day. You're not seeing them every week. And
I
at the
know.
moment, I've got an opportunity, or
Yeah,
I can see them every 2, 3, 4 weeks or whatever, really. But yeah,
I know with you.
sometimes certain doctors or that you see them every
Yeah,
4 to 6 weeks, depending on how busy.
oh,
Sometimes when it comes to mental health and
yeah. I know what you
psychologists and
mean.
stuff, they go through periods where they're very busy. So you like
Yeah,
sometimes it's waiting
it's
list to
worse.
even see them.
Yeah,
So a lot of times stuff like that is annoying because there's a waiting game. You have to wait until you can see the right doctor. Then most doctors you need to work with a bit because obviously
yeah,
they're not going to be able to give you a diagnosis right away. Like, yeah, that's what's going on. You have to work with them for sometimes a year. As I said, because those appointments are spread out.
yeah.
So,
It's worse in the regional areas and in the city areas because the
oh
shortage of
yeah, I'd imagine
specialists.
shortage of workers and just yeah.
Yeah, because the
We have a lot
shortage
of
of
options
workers
out
have.
here, but then we have a lot more, people here, like people applying to see these doctors. So
Yeah,
it is what it is. I mean,
yeah. Let's say I live in rural South Australia and you live in Adelaide, right? Do you live in Adelaide,
yeah,
right? You like to get to see first rather than me if I lived in rural South Australia in NDIS.
yeah, because there's
You
less programs. There would
diagnosed.
be less
You,
programs happening there. I mean,
yeah,
sometimes we're spoiled for choice in the city because you might have, like
yeah,
disability support, like places,
Yeah, 'cause-
facilities, and there might be a couple in the same exact area. It's just how it works. Sometimes you get, I mean, sometimes you get even a Macca's or a hairdresser or a gym really close where you have more choice, but sometimes it makes
yeah,
it
I know.
harder to make a decision because you kind of don't know if you're going
I
with the
know.
right choice.
Well, we got
The real
those gyms everywhere at the moment. Some of them are just 24 hours. You can go in whenever you want.
You've got two gyms in my area. One's a 24-hour, and no one's limited hours. The one's 24 hours is not far where Robert Five Life lives.
Mhm.
The 24-hour one's called Raw Health and Fitness. And that one's a Common Life Fitness Center. It's only open from 6 in the morning to 1:30. Then they have a bit of a break. Then it's open 4 p.m. to 7.
Yeah,
That's a gym. Like one's 24 hours, and no one's open for 11 hours. And usually you prefer to see a 24-hour one, which is Raw Health and Fitness, which is near Robert Five Life Fit lives,
yeah, right.
which is private. That's straight down the road where he lives. Have to go straight down like a Z for me. Him, it does. Robert Five Life, straight down the road where I live. Him and my missus live. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely right,
Yeah,
Brad.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand you, Brad String.
he's
Some people are into invented for gyms.
Brad String. I love that's a good name. I might have to start using it from now on. But yeah, that is very true. But some people that's why some people I've spoke to will go in the evening when people are less likely to be there, like like
Yeah,
1 in the morning or whatever.
Hmm.
yeah.
They can go and do their
He is about
workouts, but they don't feel like there's so many people, sort of there.
in my small town. It's more likely 8:30 p.m. because this is where less likely people be out and about. No,
Well, it's
not
funny.
the gyms. It'd be eight
It's
thirty.
it's funny. This week
It
I
is
have
just
been starting to walk again. So for most people, it's like, oh, walk again. But because I've had sciatica and I had some tendon issues in my right foot as well from an injury, and it seems to be a lot better than it was. And you get to the point sometimes you just start doing stuff and then worry about the repercussions later. Like, I'm starting to get sick of not being more physically active and stuff. But it's been, yeah, good. And just Brad reminded me about night hikes. It's just normally do about a 30-40 minute walk just around a bit of, like the suburbs, but kind of go down in the walkways where it's got a bit more nature, a little bit away from the houses and all that stuff. And it's been great mentally just to sort of do that and just listen to some music and get out and about. So a lot of last year, I was coming on some of these lives saying I haven't seen a chiropractor and all the rest of it, and yeah, it's just have to sometimes try and get back to it. We'll see how it goes. So far, touch wood, it's been like I've been sore, but nothing too severe, not like proper sciatica pain.
Well, that's really good to hear, G, because I know you were dealing with some issues there for a while, and I'm glad you're able to get back and walking. And to Brad's point, um, swimming is good, really, for
That's what the
you.
doctor did. Yeah, because it's weightless, sort of.
Yeah, 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 and you also using probably more muscles than what you realise. But look,
Mm,
whatever you do is good. I know personally, like today, maybe it was from last night. I was really restless. Apparently, my wife tells me last night when I did the mowing today. I could normally do that in no time flat, but I did a small area, and then I just had
mm,
to take a break. And then the next bit was pretty tough going actually. So um, I know that I've become less fit uh, because I'm spending more time. I'm in the truck. I'm just driving and sitting down.
yeah,
I do get out and I do physical things, but I'm not as physical as what I used to be. I know that for sure, and I should probably do some more walking and take the dog for a walk too. That'd do both of us a world of good. But we one thing we haven't done is go to the dog park in quite a while, especially with what was going on here. So I said to my wife the other day, we need to get back down the dog park, because at least, you get out of the park, you walk the dog down there, and then the dog does more running around and, pees all over the place, drinks a lot of water and socializes with the other dogs, and then you're socializing with the people and the dogs as well. So it's good.
Yeah, there's one small off-leash area for dogs in my small town, and that's over near what's called near Bradman Oval.
Do you have any pets, Roger?
And I used to have pets when I was growing up, but I haven't had any pets lately. But I grew up mostly with dogs more than cats.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've lived
nice
with
walk
both,
I live in
and
now.
I like both animals, but there's something about a dog that is just amazing.
There's one small park near called Bradman Oval.
Yeah,
It's
right.
about a 5 minute walk from where I am now. I have to go 3 lefts and 2 rights to get there. It's called Bradman Oval. It's an off-leash area for dogs and that.
Yeah.
Obviously,
It used to be where a lot of cricketers go there, but the council decided to have an off-leash area, John.
Named after the Sir Don Bradman.
Yes, after Sir Don Bradman, the famous cricketer of Australia, who scored over 5,000 test runs against England.
What Lee said is kind of what I guess been having to do, like not exercise, but then because some silly twat decides to do a food channel called Funkin' Hungry, it's like it kind of affects the diet. But then if I was doing exercise, I'd be able to work on calories in and out more, which I want to do and I need to do. I try not to go too mad, but there was stages there when I was probably eating stuff that you shouldn't more than once a week to try to get out content, and I try to spread it out now. Or sometimes I will have a cheat day or just do a few reviews in the one day, and then after that I can sort out the calories again. I can have less and less and try and get it back on track. But
if I go swimming, going like G, you speaking.
No, I was just finishing up.
The other problem with me is I'm not good at surface swing, like swing at the top of the surface. But if you give me the dive for something, I'm pretty good at it, like diving down underneath the surface.
Good when you're up and under the water.
Yeah, like if you get it to do 100 meters, I'm all right, but not great. But going underneath the surface, I'm pretty good at it. I mean, Robert Fodloff did competitions there after. Once Robert Fodloff turned 18, we tried to do who can dive underneath the surface of the water the quickest.
And then is it and then you go against the edge and then bounce
pretty well.
Bounce back, go the opposite way, and then so he comes up first.
We both go down pretty quickly, but both go up pretty quickly as well. It's just
okay.
I picked it right, like that's in a funny, joking way. He gives a handful of water and splash at me. It's just right, Robo. I might beat you next time. It's just but you said that 20 times before. You can't beat me. Yeah. It's in a joking way.
just getting back
it's a good guy, Robbo.
Just getting back to Brad's comment. Brad, do you actually do hundreds of push-ups a day or just 100? And just interested. Because if you do, you're doing way better than me. I mean, God. Yeah. Hundreds. Holy guacamole.
Hey, you must be pretty fit, Brad. if you got 1.5 legs and do that many push, holy fuckers! Mother of all gods, you must be pretty fit, David. But not David. Brother must
That's why
say
sometimes. That's why sometimes I don't know, like when I come in here,
sorry,
not whinging or whatever, just telling people about my situation,
sorry.
and then other people have, tell their situation. I guess I shouldn't really necessarily feel bad. I guess as I gave people, an opportunity to open up about their sort of,
Sorry,
whatever
brother, you
they're
get confused
dealing
with
with.
David. I don't got David, that's all.
But I have
well,
quite a high pain tolerance. I mean, that's probably somewhat associated with being able to eat hot food, a bit of, but sciatica is definitely shit, when you can't take anything like that. The medication, and there's a lot of things at the moment, probably stuff like medication and other stuff that's helping me out right now. But appreciate what Mark said, and yeah, it's good to sort of just get back out there and even just mentally to have that little separation from everything else besides me and the environment, and just walking.
yeah, well, I mean, we're all at different stages in our lives, and we all got different
Yeah,
things going on. And whether we talk about that or not, we do open up about it sometimes, and
yeah,
others are at. We're all at different stages, so we might find in 6 months' time, gee, you're doing
mm,
way more exercise than what you're doing now in terms of um, you might be doing more than just walking. You might be doing something else.
Well,
Um,
funny, I do want to join a gym probably this year, I think, sooner rather than later, try
but
to strengthen.
the important thing is not to go overboard. I think a lot of people
Yeah,
get into it and they just go overboard. It's
yeah,
something you got to build up to. Now, I sound like an armchair expert at the moment, and I don't do any of that. I do more sitting around and more sleeping than anything else. It's just, but I'm not anti-exercise or anything like that. I'm just not into it. Just you know.
well, as I said, my was not the main priority. I mean, I have like the sciatica issues and mental health issues, so that's going to help there. But also, as I said, doing Funkin' Hungry, it's like I need to burn off some of that energy, some of that like calories I'm taking in and stuff as well. So, because I mean, growing up, I was always underweight. I was always like a stick, and I was, always quite severely underweight at times, and just different stuff that happens in life, possibly genetics or just bad choices or whatever.
Mm.
Bodies can change and whatever.
Speaking
Yeah,
of your food channel, have you been getting the at the moment McDonald's here for me for
mm,
Queensland? They're advertising this 2 burgers, chips, and a Coke for $8.95. You got that
yeah. I
at the
think that's
moment?
like I think it's deals. I think they're changing it weekly deals for 4 weeks for this month. So you get like a different deal, and it goes across the whole week or whatever. Like you get a week to use it or whatever. I believe it was a small cheeseburger meal, and then you could choose quarter pounder McChicken or 6 nuggets as an extra. I believe, yeah, for like $7 or whatever it was, 7.50, 7.90 or whatever. So
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
definitely a good deal. And I always, well, I don't always say it, but said it when I've done reviews. The best time to get fast food these days, if you want a deal, is to get these apps, and that's where they have 2 burgers for $10 or whatever, and all the rest of it. It's the time to get a deal, and if you're craving that sort of stuff.
I think it was Gordon Ramsay. It's Gordon Ramsay or one of these top well-known food people. He said something about McDonald's. I think it was McDonald's or something else. He didn't say it in a condescending way. He just said, sometimes he knows it's not real food, but when you've got your, kid in the back seat and they're hungry, McDonald's is a good choice. And we all know we shouldn't eat that food all the time, but for a lot of people, it's the way that they can eat affordably. There's also a lot of other different choices out there. I know, I don't know if you've seen it, but the Red Rooster here around the corner from me now is doing. They have a salad range.
Oh yeah, salad range. I saw they had a I think it was a quarter chicken and chips for $5 advertised. I don't know, in the last couple of days. I thought that's a bargain if you just want just a quick, lunch or whatever.
Yeah, I'll have a look and see what's on their app. I don't know whether I still got it here or not.
I mean, sometimes in the comments as well, and I guess it's kind of why I do the channel also, to save people money if it, if they want to question whatever. Some people say, "Oh, yeah, I'm not going to eat that now." Like, I've helped them make a decision. Like, "Oh, I'm going to pass on that."
Well, I know there's a burrito bar around the corner here. That's what they call it. I don't know if it's a chain or what, but I think they do Wing Wednesdays, and you can get 6 wings and a drink and something like that.
Yeah. Ooh.
I'd say the official Gibbo isn't intoxicated at all. I'd say that he hasn't had any substances tonight. How are you, Gibbo?
He always say something funny on my channel, the official Gibbo, but I reckon he's best suited for Robert Firefly's channel.
He's a legend.
He always says Gibbo will go well.
He always does some hell funny stuff.
Are you good at that? Can't cheesy. Yeah, good food, good bag, and a few.
Frugal Feeds is a good website. It is.
Frugal Feeds are good for cheese.
You're giving away my secrets, Gibbo. That's sometimes how I find out about like items coming out like a couple of weeks before they do, because they'll have like little spoilers on there. Then there's a couple of other ways I find out. I'm not quite one of those foodies. I'm not one of those foodies that like get information from the big chains themselves. I reckon some foodies do. Like insiders. How crazy is that? Like when you're a food content creator having insiders tell me when the food's coming out.
I prefer local areas myself, like local chains myself. The big chains, yes, but they make it views, but I prefer locals ones, because the last couple of years, the best local one I had is from the new kebab place in town where me and Robert Firefly had a kebab deal called the Outback Kebabs.
I'll post the website that Gibbo is talking about because it's pretty good. Frugal Feeds is just a place where you get lots of vouchers and discounts, but also it tells you, basically it always has all the new stuff that comes out. So if Macca's has a new item out, it will tell you it does Red Rooster and it does a few other Aussie places.
And for local places myself.
It's our little secret, Gibbo. Luckily, we're not on live.
Yeah. We'll have to tell Mick on Wheels about the deal for Guzman and Gomez. Buy one free large sundae via menu log.
Yeah, but for some reason, if I come on here if Mick on Wheels on here, let's say Mick on Wheels is on Funkin', come on here, he can't wait to bust his ass to disappear when I come on here. I don't know what the problem with Mick on Wheels' problem with me is.
No, I don't think he has a problem. I mean,
but
he's never said anything, and normally he's the type of guy that would say if he, didn't,
but-
but no, probably just coincidence, really. Because
because every time I come, let's say you and Mark and Mick say something, and I come in here, Mick and Wheels can't pass his ass to disappear.
yeah, Brad, the official giver used to be a mod for Greg's Kitchen and be in higher places, and now he's just a mod for some twat plonker called Funky Hungry. So he's gone down in the world,
Yeah, but I'm just
not in
saying,
higher places
Mick and
anymore.
Wheels, I'm just saying, if I come in here now and you and Mark and Mick was on here, and I come
All
in here,
AI.
he can't pass his house to disappear, Mick and Wheels. And I don't discriminate, but he said to disappear says I come in here. Mick and Wheels
It's
are
probably
here.
just a coincidence. Mick hasn't came on live like he used to, where he'll be on
Yeah.
for the whole stream. He pops in just for a few minutes.
But-
So
I,
he's
I sent him a
I'd say it's a
message.
coincidence.
I sent him a
Yeah, I
message.
know he's doing a gig tonight as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I sent a message. Why do you disappear every time I come on someone's live stream? And he said, "Oh, I don't like going on live streams with people who are Jewish, and I'm Jewish."
Is that what he said to you?
Yeah, he said that to me, and he said, "I don't feel comfortable people going on people who are Jewish, and I'm Jewish."
Obviously I don't know because that's between you guys. I
Yeah.
I don't have the information to sort of
That's what he said to me. Mick and Will said to me. He says, "I don't feel comfortable being on live streams with people who are Jewish, and I'm Jewish."
Okay, I don't know what he said
Yeah,
back to you on Facebook or something.
Plus,
Yeah.
he's still friends with Robbo, the disabled vlogger, or the Robbo the vlogger that before call him.
No,
But,
he's
you know,
not. No, he's
But-
definitely not.
but when I have to look at his Facebook, he's still friends with him. And Facebook says, "We're mutual friend, Robbo." Oh,
I don't know because I blocked Robbo, so I don't know who's friends with him.
well, I just friended him, but I haven't blocked him. I just friended him. He says, "One friend is Robert the Silver Vlog." I'm thinking, I know his last name is Irish, Carolyn. But
Yeah, Carlin.
because Carolyn, that's rather the disabled vlogger's last name, and that's Irish.
Hmm.
So I don't know why he doesn't like me for some reason, but he said to me, because I'm Jewish, Matt. He probably picked some other excuse than someone else's, but
You're probably just I don't know, maybe overthinking it a little bit, perhaps. But as I said, I can't really
Hey.
talk about it because I don't have both sides. I can't really, say what's.
I like Cody's comment. Yeah, Cody, the Robert you think of is my younger half brother, Robbo 5 Life. Let me explain a bit before we carry on. My mother was 16 years old when she had me. My father was 18. My father got drunk at one night because when he's 18, right? Because the legal drinking age is 18 in Australia. He thought it was a smart idea to drive home drunk. Another car come along and T-boned. He got T-boned at one of those T-sections roads, like T-section roads,
Yeah.
And since the town I was born in didn't have stoplights at the time. He got severely injured, if not killed. He got killed at the T-section crossing when they were both speeding in that, both drunk in that. And
Yeah.
boom, my mother was 16, and my biological father was 18. And I didn't get to know my father, so
No, Gibbo, this is the land of the Hyper Sapiens, which
I didn't know
which
I didn't
probably
know my father too
which looks
much, and
looks rather like America.
but yeah, after a while, he met my stepfather. He happened to be the father of my two sisters, and ultimately the father of my Robert Five Life too. He happened to be the representative of the Royal Australian Navy too. My stepfather. My stepfather's something in the Royal Australian Navy and that. In once for Robert Fire Life, so my life when I was 17 for my appendicitis. I wouldn't be here today talking to you and Mark. In 1997, I had appendicitis. I was 17, he was 6. How many between was 6? And I can remember that day I had a sharp pain in my body. But some reason he knew I was ill, but I don't know. But but I can remember there's a sharp pain, but I can remember nothing else. He said I had a white face, nothing else. But then I collapsed in my bedroom. Remember if I turned to mum and says, "What should I do?" And to him and his sister said, "Richard, mum says, mum said something." And Roman phone off both of the phone blind line number 000, which is a emergency number in Australia. And called for an ambulance, and it wasn't him. And the doctors, and when I recovered, he said, "Do you know how you only had 2 hours lived for your appendicitis?" He said, "If you caught ambulance 2 hours later, you would not be here." I was 17 at the time. Roman phone off saved my life. With him, I want to be here. This is him. I praise him for saving my life. I'm still in debt to him to this day. I want him. I said, "Do I pay you back for anything?" He says, No, nothing like that. I'm only a kid at the time." He said, "Don't pay me back." It was first of all because I had it out of my right side because I know the right side here. Right side was taken out. My appendicitis.
Fair enough, Roger.
Yeah, 'cause I know you cannot see his scar now, but I had a scar at the time, you know. I know you won't see my scar because it's been but 27 years since I had my appendicitis out. So you wouldn't see a scar, even you tried. You can talk what you want to talk about now.
Cheers for that.
G's having trouble. He's struggling a bit at the moment. We might have to take a short break.
I'm surprised I went over the hour. That was a struggle. That was a struggle in itself. But
Well,
the old silverback, brought some tears to my eyes again.
You're almost 4.5 hours.
Yeah. Oh man, that was brilliant. The bloody silverbacks. I reckon he's made me laugh to the point of crying. Probably the last few streams. That was so good. Just having a look at the chat. They were talking about Voltron.
Oh, Voltron's cool. Come on. I haven't seen that in ages.
Yeah, I still love the old school Godzilla, like when Godzilla would fight these other big monsters like Mothra, and just used to love those as a kid. Like the more advanced technology gets, I don't like the films as much. For some reason, just when it looks really like puppets or toys fighting, I'm like, yeah, that's how it should be.
Oh, you mean Thunderbirds?
That was a classic. The way they bop along when they walk. Oh no, the old silverback, filling up its cup, ready to get its growl on.
Oh boy. Well,
Hey, going used to hugging humans.
I think the pirates are already loaded there, Gibbo.
He's been loading for the last 4 hours.
That's what I said before. You know, we laugh at you and we laugh with you.
It's loaded now. Get it loaded.
I've got him over here on the second screen, the delayed reaction.
Oh, he's struggling again. Well, he feels proud that he got that pork on. Hero pose.
Roger, we're going to have to.
Their battle scars.
Roger's going to have to dress up in a pirate outfit. Seeing he is.
Yeah, we're gonna.
But I got the only party. The only problem is I've got no pirate outfit. The only person that comes to work with the pirate is
get a gorilla out. Get a gorilla out.
The other problem is I used to.
You were saying about a PO, Roger. You were saying about a PO box. Get one, and we'll send you a bloody pirate outfit.
Yeah, but me and Rob Hogan got different ones, and I confused between the two. That's why they put one up. Because if somebody sent to my brother's address, he wouldn't be too happy. He says he automatically sent it to me anyhow. It doesn't matter, but I don't want
to. That's why you just have to remember to give us your.
Don't want to get him confused.
Instead of writing down his, you probably even put like Robbo Firefly.
That's my half brother.
I'm starting to get way too. I'm getting lit just off Roger's.
He's got a twin sister, Robert Firefly. I got two sisters, but he's got a twin sister, Robert Firefly.
Oh man.
They married or single, Roger?
I'm the only one who's single, but all both my sisters and Robert Firefly are taken. I'm the only one who's single at the moment.
Oh my god! I just looked at my phone. It's 12 o'clock. I lost track of time.
It's been after 1 o'clock here.
Yeah.
You're going to be turning
into a for nearly 4.5 hours. King G, that is. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, he'll be back.
Yeah, we need to have these breaks in between him talking just so my ribs can have a bit of a break. Otherwise, they're going to be sore later on.
What Gibbo says, fly the colours high, thieves and beggars.
Got into the dark room in the dark back there.
Yeah. I think...
room of mysteries.
What happened to the other? He used to go into the other door. He's off.
I think it's just the mirror issue like Lee had. I don't know if he's changed it.
Oh, righto. Yeah. Hello, what's in the fridge?
What's
Chops.
in the box. Didn't he just pour a drink and he's getting enough one as well? And he's just going, God, on the go. He's off his chops.
Oh, yeah.
He's still pouring some concoction.
Good Aussie cover. They say laughter is the best medicine.
That's ridiculous.
He keeps disappearing.
Must be one mighty drink that he's getting ready to consume.
We'll have to get him a special stein or something like that. One of those big mugs, that a pirate would drink out of.
Yeah, that and the costume, and he can sit there and fill up his stein. My fridge has the same energy rating. Here comes the beast now.
Well, if nothing else, we've made people laugh and have a chuckle. And
yeah, that's it. If no one else has had a chuckle, I certainly have.
You've had a good one, yeah.
I've had a couple
If you
of good
give
ones.
me a stein, give one for my brother Robert 452.
Yeah, we've
Man.
we've done our shout outs for
There'll be
tonight.
two.
Oh boy.
The ribs are definitely starting to get a little bit sore now.
So your energy rating, Cody, is 2 out of 6 stars. Is it?
There you go. That's how you fix the
Cody,
energy
got a
rating.
red and yellow heli. I got a yellow one. Well, there's a yellowish one.
I think I'm going to wrap it up on my end, guys. I'm going to fall asleep here in a minute, so I appreciate
we
you.
we might wrap it up all together, maybe.
All right, okay. I'll hang around.
That's you, G. Your channel. You're the boss.
Yeah, I didn't want to
Four and a half.
force.
4.5 hours. Sometimes we go, longer or whatever. But I guess we've got to give people a reason to come back.
That's it.
Can't give them too much at once.
That's you, G.
Come back, and you certainly won't hear the same stories again. Next,
yeah, but you're the boss of your channel.
Maybe we should all get on the source one night and do a live stream.
All right. Yeah, then it will probably never end because there'll always be another story.
I'm a one-pot streamer. I am. I'll fall asleep.
Yeah. Still in like 4 stars. All right. But yeah, this has been a great stream. Lots of laughs, lots of serious talks. We've been, we've made people probably frown, and we've clowned, and Roger's got down and showed us scars and all sorts. So yeah,
I got scars the side of
Yeah.
my nose.
I
appreciate
think-
everyone
That's
watching.
some bad karate fights. Yeah.
Appreciate the co-hosts and the friends of the channel that have helped out in the mods and the hosting. And thank you to Mark or Agent M and Roger the Silverback.
Thank you, G,
Right.
for having me on here. It's been great.
No worries at all. All right, take care, everyone.